I feel like I felt that cough in my face. Hello everyone and welcome back to Triton-Cup 128. I'm Sasu here with Ari, and we're finally here. Sorry we're late, but you know, sometimes you gotta be a little fashionably late, am I right? Oh, maybe I'm a little bit fashionably late, by myself, you know? It be like that, you know? Ari will be on the mic with me. Sorry for the delay there, but right now I think we're just sort of waiting a bit for the matches that we have coming up since we had a little bit of a late start here, but really no problem. Let's see. Oh. I'm gonna see if I can get us some info there. Like I said, there are teams sort of like playing in the background due to sort of like our late start happening here. I think that we might be picking up about in winners bracket 3 or so, because I know that just like lots of teams are at various parts of their playing. I think of course the people who got a bye, who are in the winners bracket round 2, who are still going at their stuff. There's still some people who are still in that round 1 finishing up their games due to the delay. So if I'm not mistaken, we are going to be looking at, if you're following along, it's likely going to end up being I think that's Happy New Year, and we're waiting on the other team that we're going to be casting there. Of course, it is projected to be King, which is our 5th seed. They are right now in winners bracket 2, going up against Blitzwave, our 21st seed, but you never know what will happen. I've commentated on many a tournament where there's just an upset that happens that kind of shocks everyone. But I think in the meantime, Ari is back and here to join me on the mic. Ari, are you there?
Yeah, so my Discord decided to explode and reset my whole device.
Discord seems to be on an absolute tirade today. It is just...
I guess so. Yay.
Yeah, this is like pretty nasty. One of the reasons we're late to begin with is because Discord was just causing some problems. Listen, I know people think it's just kind of the rigmarole that the commentators say, oh, like, thank you to the streamer at the end, but streamers truly do go through a lot. They have to do a lot of damage control and manage a lot of stuff, and Discord was just making it pretty impossible for us to just start on time. So that is unfortunate, and it also booted my co-commentator here. So I think now is the time for me to ask for Discord's mercy. And be like, listen, I'm the last one. I have like survivor's guilt right now. But hopefully the Discord gods have mercy on me, and we'll be able to get through this commentating block and hand it off to Moku and Pat with no issue, fingers crossed.
Oh my God. I was like, oh, my Discord is running fine, and I'm like, my Discord says, oh, you think? Nah, explode. And I was like, oh my God.
Yeah, that's a nasty crash. I do not envy you.
I took the time to get myself some pity food. So now I'm
You're
just
like
eating like pizza.
Honestly, fair. I feel like after all the shenanigans, you deserve it. You deserve the pizza. For sure. I'm honestly... Like, I'm not usually free on Friday, so I'm really glad that I have the time. My work was kind enough to have me off. And I immediately, anytime, listen, if you're around, especially during the summer, I feel like I was definitely on Dapple Productions, getting to do paddling pools, Triton-Cups, what have you, every single time. And now that, of course, I do live in the USA, my timing is very different. I don't get to commentate as often for Dapple Productions, so anytime I have off from work, I definitely jump at the opportunity to be back on the mic. So I'm really glad to be doing Triton-Cup today, even though, we've had a few issues to start off. Let's see. I'm gonna refresh Sendo, even though... As much as I am, I feel like it's very rare that I'm like, oh, Sendo, I'm not seeing what I want to see, like, let me update it. Like, Sendo self-updates. I don't know why I'm bothering as though, like, no, it just really is what it is, you know what I mean? let's see.
Yeah.
We have a few teams that have already been sent down to losers bracket. We have our 15th seed O2 POV, which I'm gonna check on their first there to see. Wait, they went 2-0 and then they lost 2-0 against the second seed. So if anything, they gave the other team the O2 POV. And then we're sent down there. They're going up against Short Butts there in the losers bracket. Currently at 0-0. And then we have Tester versus ASC Senka, also at a 0-0 in losers bracket. Our 19th seed, let me see this. I had to bet Sherbet. They are waiting for the team that's going to be sent down to go up against. And we also have New Wave, our 22nd seed as well, being sent down. So I think so far from what I'm seeing, not really any upsets, but it's rare that you see anything too upsetting, if you will. Really early in the bracket. I think that when you get a little bit deeper, that's when you see, you know, a team that's, let's say, 16th seed really kind of go on a Cinderella run or prove themselves to be misseeded deeper into the run. So far things going a little bit as planned, but we'll see if when we finally get to start watching these matches, if that's going to pan out. So Ari, tell me about that pizza.
Mhm.
Like, are there toppings? Like what are we doing?
No, it's just
Oh.
cheese.
Just cheese.
So
Are
really
you-
big slice of cheese pizza, and I am eating it in pity. Because it was
Well, I have
Yeah.
water at the ready. I'm gonna take a little bit of a sip of my water. I can't
It
have
must
anything
look really
like
good.
pizza.
So I'm not complaining.
Fair. I like I myself, I live in New York. So I find my my what's the word? Like my standard for pizza is very different from I'm sorry? I think are you just like you're snarfing down the pizza so you're like, "Oh." I can't really answer. I'm full. Fair enough. I'm like, I feel like I'm like, oh, I'm interrupting. Oh my god. Oh, fair enough. One thing I like about watching Twitch on the desktop versus on your phone is such a different experience. Like the fact that I have this ad going, but you know, I can see everything that's going on in the right corner. I have the chat open so I can watch. Over at the side, but like, you know, if you're on your phone, brutal. You just have to stick out those ads like full screen. You're like, okay, I'm just like in the, especially when you're watching Splatoon. You do not want to just get an ad thrown at you at an inappropriate time. Like you're an OT and you're on the edge of your seat and then suddenly you get hit by the ad and you're like, who is managing these? Why would you do this? Terrible stuff. We will try, if possible. Hopefully that doesn't happen here, and everybody can just kind of see all of the action properly without getting, or maybe you're just watching on your desktop, so it's not going to be a huge problem. But for you mobile watchers, fingers crossed, that you don't just get blocked in OT. Because I remember, actually, I think during, for those of you who watch the North American League, if you were watching, I believe, Shadowwind of Moonlight, there was like a really, I think during that famous 8-minute Urchin Clams game. Of course, no clams here today. This is Triton-Cup zones only. But in the Urchin Clams game, in the like last OT time, I think it like went into ads. Went into ads on his channel. And so people are like, what happened? What happened? That is like the worst time. And then I think it like finished up. And then people are like, wait, what happened? And we're like, oh, they got the ball in. So it's like the buzzer beater of all buzzer beaters, if anything.
That is so diabolical. Oh my god.
I was genuinely thinking that game would just like end based on like clam count. Like I was thinking nobody's gonna get this in. It's just gonna be like who has. I think luckily for the commentators, they didn't have to discuss what the rules were when you go into OT and clams. Because I think every other mode has a proper stopgap for making sure that one team will win over the other if they essentially tie, by giving priority to like who last had the zone or who broke the checkpoint first or what have you. Obviously not the case in clams, so I would not be surprised if some of the commentators were like, baby, I just don't know. I don't know what it's counting, what the rules are. When we, at that point, when you go into OT, 8 minutes are up and it's like, okay, let's pick one of you, because some people think it's random, but I'm pretty sure it's based off of your clan economy, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Let's see. We are still waiting for King versus Blitzwave in Winners Bracket 2. Our 5th seed versus our 21st seed. King currently has a 1-0 lead. Oh! No, I just clicked into it and I think they just finished off their Hagglefish Zones game. So that is going to be a 2-0 win for King over Blitzwave, just as I was calling it. And we then move into Winners Bracket Round 3. Our 4th seed, I think Happy New Year versus King, if I'm not mistaken. If I am, please excuse me. My bad.
I'm gonna say it was funny because one of the things always come in 3, and it was like 1, Discord's badass being hungry, 2, my phone restarting, and 3, Winners Bracket 2 being slower than expected.
Yeah, that's kind of wild because I think in Winners Bracket 2, you're seeing a lot of these like pretty, you have 1st seed versus 17th seed, 5th versus 21st. 2nd versus 15. Like, it's very unlikely that any of these get upset. Now, looking at the bottom part of the winners bracket, we have our 3rd versus 14th seed, and they are tied 1-1. Our 6th versus 11th seed tied 1-1 as well. So we might be seeing some funky things, but with how far away these seeds are, you never know. Seeding isn't everything, but a little surprising how long maybe that set took that we were waiting on. Right. Let's see here. Of course, we have listen, we have a Dorito in the chat from Johnny, but I feel like when I first saw it, I do have my glasses on, but I was like, it's giving pizza slice a little bit, right? I was like, oh, is that a pizza slice? It's a Dorito, but I feel like, same diff, right?
Yeah.
Like if you're far away enough, you're like, oh, that's a pizza slice. I think this is based on me bringing up that I have high standards for pizza being from New York. I wonder, actually, Dapple Productions, of course, very more focused on perhaps an easier time to play for European players and watchers alike. I wonder if there are like really strong pizza opinions as well coming out of our European base here, or if people are just kind of like, I don't really care. Pizza's not like big where I'm from. Who knows?
Yeah. Because I'm gonna say, despite like being from like the US, I'm like I don't have like a strong opinion on pizza.
Oh, what section of the US? Is it like Northeast, down south? I don't imagine people down south have strong opinions on pizza. Maybe they do. Maybe they do.
I'm gonna say I'm from like down south, but like I moved to like the north.
Mm.
Yeah.
Like sort of like Northeast or like the Midwest. What are we seeing?
About,
Do the
like,
people around you have strong opinions on pizza?
from what I've seen, no.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Let's see here. I'm gonna see where we are. Sorry for the delay, everyone. I'm sure there's a pizza emoji. Let's see. Oh, was I added? Okay. Yes. My bad. Now Discord maybe kicking me around a little bit. Let's see here. We finally have our maps here. Happy New Year versus King. Gonna be a close match. I believe this is our 5th versus 6th seed that we're looking at. We're gonna be starting off on Barnacle and Dime zones. Now, Ari, I want to hear your opinion on how you feel about this map mode.
Honestly, I haven't played on like Barnacle and Dime zones too often, but
Oh.
from what I do know, yeah, sometimes like rotations don't give it to me, but it sometimes does. But it's like from my experience on playing it, it's like a really good move to play zones on.
Well, as a lot of you probably know, Barnacle and Dime zones is, of course, a mainstay, if anything, of competitive Splatoon. You're usually going to see this on most map modes, zones only or not. I myself hate this map mode. I don't even think it should be legal. I'll say it. I think the lockout is just so very nasty and brutal.
Oh
really.
yeah, the lockout.
Yeah, you have so many fights to fight back into mid. You have to like get off of your plat, really. Not even your plat. You have to get out of your spawn. Then you have to fight for your court, and then which is kind of spawn court. You have to fight for that area, then fight onto your plat, and then back into mid. And that can just take so long that I would argue if you wipe with 15 ticks left, you've lost the game already because this is just a really huge place. But we are getting into it finally. King versus Happy New Year, Barnacle and Zones. Let's take a look at these loadouts, Ari.
I saw like a Luna Blaster and like Dark Touches, and I was like automatically interested.
Yeah, definitely really interesting. We have the Zip Luna Blaster, and of course we have the Tetras, no doubt, so that they can just reef slide that zone when they get the opportunity. But already you have those Tetras going out. I have to bring attention to the fact that there is a Forge, one of my favorite weapons, and already it seems that King has a really open, like a really good job taking that zone, but it's just looking like a bloodbath. You see, we are literally 30 seconds
Hmm.
in, and only now has Happy New Year finally gotten the zone.
Yeah, the matches between Happy New Year and King will definitely be intense. They're like really aggressive on both sides.
Yeah, absolutely. But luckily, Happy New Year hasn't lost their plat. We have a Reef Slider coming in. I think this Blaster getting a direct and two down there for Happy New Year. So they're trying to see if they can get that lockout. But King does get checked by Habna, who goes down in what looks to be a trade. So really good job holding that space. And I think that Happy New Year is now in good shape to make themselves just able to get back into their plat, because otherwise they would be in a lot of trouble and King might have been able to run away with this.
Yeah. Honestly, Happy New Year is like holding down really well after like they've lost the lead. They've like lost it but like regained it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that they're doing a good job of just like not staggering, not completely all going down, because I think they know what can happen if they just like don't play carefully enough. So you do have this Luna Blaster getting some drinks before they go back in. They are going to die in zone ultimately, and the hammer, the stamp comes out and gets a double there. So you see that King has done a really good job into a triple coming out of this wiper. They have done a fantastic job, and now there's just one person left. Interestingly enough, about behind them, they're going to jump out very wisely, and I think in doing that, in causing that distraction, they've allowed Happy New Year to get their plat back. So really fantastic showing from this wiper, but also great for Happy New Year to be back in mid.
Hmm. That that ulch this damn play was like really impressive to watch. Look,
No, absolutely. I think that we've seen kind of a power struggle between both of these teams, sort of. Right there, King had the zone for a little bit, and Happy New Year right back in this 2v1, but that's that wiper dropping left, jumping out. But neither of these teams, I think, have ultimately gotten wiped. They've been really smart about their where they're going down, whether they're able to allow their team to go back in. And Habna, despite being up against this bubble, does get that pick. So ultimately, I think that's two down for King. That's going to give the zone right
mhm.
back to Happy New Year. And yeah, this is just a really strong showing. And I think Happy New Year is posturing themselves to see if they can get this lockout.
It honestly looks like they might be able to get that lockout as they are pushing really far back against King and they took the lead.
Yes, that is going to be huge. I think the Reef Slider comes out. They don't have any teammates, unfortunately, to kind of follow up on that. A little bit of a Hail Mary there. And I think we have this Forge just beaming people, watching that plat, making sure that they just get rid of anyone who can threaten the zone, because they only have single digits left. We have a throw of that hammer, and I think with this reslider, they might be able to cap, and they do, stopping themselves from coming off of the ledge of a first round loss. So we're still in it with 45 seconds left.
Ooh, Happy New Year taking it back. Maybe locking.
I
Ooh, it's
think,
a back on that flat.
yeah, I think that unfortunately, King wasn't able to hold on to it for quite a while. We're down to 20 seconds, so it's a little bit of do or die time. That Reef Slider, I think, is
Hmm.
coming out of the Tetras there to just try and check them. Right now, 2 members are down on Happy New Year. This is the exact opening that King needed. A bubble in a really advantageous position is going to force some of the members out. The Forge has their Booyah online, but there are no specials so far from King. They're going to have to farm them really, and now it's a game of trying to get the lockout but not overextending, because the second that too many of them go down, that is going to be them not being able to get this back. So that's 3 people down. I don't think that there's enough time for Benny to get this, but their members are coming back. We're going to see this power struggle. Reef Sliders back and forth, and Happy New Year coming out on top just barely with the counter Reef Slider at the end there, Ari.
That was a really intense OT match. It was like, I saw the Reef Slider and then like the match just ended and I was like, oh my god. I really thought King might have like had the lockout at that moment, but then like Happy New Year said like, actually, nah, we have it.
Yeah, they definitely got actually. Really, I don't know. What an interesting match. I feel like we saw there at the end with a lot of just back and forth, and I was starting to think, wait, they might just be, you know, locked out so much that they're not going to be able to get back into mid, and they're just going to kind of get that counter win, but they pulled it out. Happy New Year, I think, with a really strong showing in that game, but we'll see if that translates over to Mako Mart zones, which we have coming up now. I'm thinking back, and I would argue, Ari, that Mako Mart usually demands like, well, it doesn't demand, but you do really well to have AoE on your team. You can just kind of chip anybody who tries to get on or off of those stacks, anyone who tries to drop off of their own plat. So gonna be curious how the Luna Blaster fares and whether we'll see more changes to AoE weapons.
Definitely. Because I know like in my experiences playing Mako Mart on any modes, it's like if they push into your base, it's just like, I lost my words. Anyway.
Yeah, it can feel pretty terrible. I think when you're getting like skill diffed, or if it doesn't feel good, because especially you have that like left side flank where people can just walk on you. There's nowhere really to stand that's completely safe in a place like Mako Mart. So these teams are really going to have to lock in, especially because I think Habana, well known for playing a heavy edit. Heavy edit, I think, can be a little bit tough here because you're constantly having to drop your full charge to swim up a stack or something across those lines. But I have to point out here, Ari, I am seeing on Team King a switch to the Carbon Roller, and as a lot of people probably know, Carbon Roller really strong on a map mode like this.
Yeah. It looks Happy New Year kept their comp relatively the same, so this might play out interesting for them.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
King already having control of the zone.
Yeah, and you have this 1v1 Habana coming out on top here on that edit, I think beaming down that that blaster, unfortunately not able to get that jump out into a trade. 2 down on both sides. However, King still has the zone for now. I think the Forge getting checked on that stack there. So right now, I think AoE is really starting to show its strength here with just how many picks we've been seeing. I don't know, like the blaster and just anyone putting pressure on those stacks getting.
And it looks like Happy New Year got a push that they needed and were able to take the zone. The blaster getting 1 hit.
And I think that's really important because they already got down to a 37. That's a strong push right off the top. We're not even halfway through the game, but you see Azuka, I think, able to take one person out. I didn't even hear the audio cue for that Zuka happening.
Me
And
neither.
yet it just deleted someone from across the way. So right now, not able to drop off of that sort of right side of the plat due to the pressure coming out of what I believe is that blaster. So the Booyah Bomb gonna get one, gonna chip that, but right now, especially with two down, I think they're trying to get that. They're trying to get that zone, and they do get it, as well as a wipeout. So they're in a really good position to not just stop the bleeding, but to see how far they can get, seeing as though they don't have that many points on the board. Happy New Year.
Yeah. I'm gonna say this might turn out really good for them if they are able to keep this push that they have currently. As it seems, they are holding it down really well.
Yeah, but I'm wondering how long that will last. Of course, you do have this reef slider, which does just kind of get them the zone two down on either side. And both of these teams, just like we saw before, they still both have their reef sliders, and that can be an absolute menace on a place like Mako
Hmm.
Bart zones. They're both going to be just trading back and forth to the point where at a point they almost cancel each other out. I wouldn't be surprised if you have the Dread and the Tetras literally hanging on to their resliner just to make sure that they can paint straight over the other person. That one of the resliders does come out. I think that's going to be from the Tetras. Gonna get them the zone, and two members down from King. So right now they're in a good position. We'll see how it goes for them.
Hmm. From what it looks like, the Dread does have their Reef-Slider up, so they might deploy it at some point given. Ooh, cancel. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, you have several people, I think three, going down to a well-placed bomb into a wipeout. So that's like definitely not gotta feel good that you were accidentally holding hands, but we're about to see a bit of a lead switch here from Happy New Year. They do take that lead. A Booyah going to keep them that space,
Mhm.
and now we're just in single digits. Both of these teams, they're gonna have to focus on the paint. We're back and forth. There's three people down on Happy New Year. I think that King may be coming out on top, though. There's
Yeah.
only one person in mid, so we're not quite sure, and
I
ultimately I
know.
was wrong. Happy New Year takes it.
Alright, I'm gonna be right back. I have to go do something.
No problemo. Everybody who knows me knows that I'm a huge yapper, and I can just keep going on and on. So, yes, as you see, Happy New Year brings it to a 2-0. But of course, this is a best of 5. They've got one more to go before they take the entire set. But at the end, they kind of came from behind. King was doing a really good job. I remember at one point, I think they brought it down to 37. And Happy New Year barely had points on the board. So they just had a really strong hold that served them particularly well there. But we're moving on to the dreaded, the much hated, the very controversial Bluefin Zones. Of course, Bluefin Zones has a special place in my heart. I said before that I'm from New York. I attend Big Dapple Metro Inc. events, which always run Bluefin Zones in their rotation. So I am more used to it than I would care to admit. But curious to see how used to it these teams will be. Bluefin, of course, has the gimmick where the zone moves over to the side of the team that doesn't currently have the zone in their possession, forcing you to go farther and also avoid the water hazard in the middle to get to and back from the zone. So it can be very easy to retake having the zone a little bit closer to you. But of course, this is also well known to be a leader map. Neither of these teams that I remember were running any sort of charger. So hopefully, at least for Habana's sake, Habana, I believe, was on that heavy edit. And as a heavy edit player myself, I certainly don't want to have to see a leader or any sort of charger on this map. But yeah, a lot of range can be favored here. I believe we have that Luna Blaster with the zip. I think that zip sometimes can also be really harassing. You have that the people who just kind of hang out on their plat, that elevated section, and zipping them and displacing them sometimes can be of a lot of use. But let's take a look at these loadouts. Unsurprisingly, no changes from Happy New Year. And I think we have a pen here on King as the cooler option there. So once again, sliders on both sides. But we saw Soren on that wiper before get a nasty triple. So we'll be taking a look at them to see if they do similarly good work. But already right off the top, a lot of people going down right now. Everything is still in mid. You have the jump out after the reef slider, earning King once again an early hold on that zone. But we saw last time that didn't necessarily give them the entire win. So of course that zone is going to shift to the left towards the side of Happy New Year. You have the Dread Ringer just kind of watching that right side as well, making sure that no one is going to try and drop there. And I think Happy New Year just trying to, what I call, get the rats out of their basement. You see several members of King have already gone up to their plat to just try and pressure them there. But in the meantime, it seems as though Happy New Year was able to take the zone for a little bit, putting those penalty points on King. So far, a bit more of a scramble than we were seeing off the top. The numbers are really ticking down for Happy New Year. They are one down. I think that King is doing a little bit of scrambling. You see this hammer is out. It's going to be chucked there, not going to quite get anything. And of course, Benny is sitting on that ramp as well. So the reef slider is ready. You see, like passing ships in the night, both of the reef sliders go straight past each other. King Santa with a really strong pick there on that resliders and lag. So that cooler comes out, a little bit of a selfish cooler because I think the rest of their members are actually down at the moment. It might be a little bit tough for them to be able to grab those drinks, but so far you do have a pretty close game. It seems like 3 members up right now for Happy New Year. They're just kind of trying to keep that paint on the zone. And yeah, it's just sort of both of these teams just really skirmishing for their picks to see how well they can hold, because so far it doesn't feel like we've had either of these teams have that strong of a hold. 3 members down for Happy New Year, going to give a really easy hold on this zone for King so far. And yeah, you have the zone heading left. Now we're in a defending position for King once again, and might I add, their backs are up against the wall. We are in a 2-0 right now. If they lose this on a very unfortunate map mode, might I add, that is going to be it, at least for this set. They will be sent down to losers, and nobody wants to have to do the rest of their run from losers. So hard work going in here. Happy New Year taking the zone back, but you see this really good pick from Soren, unsurprisingly, with that hammer. And they themselves go down, but listen, like I've been saying this entire time, it's just been so skirmishy. It's really tough to just hold on a place like Bluefin. The whole gimmick of it being on your side and having that water in the middle where you have to cross over with the ramp just makes it really difficult for you to just kind of lock in and create a wall where the other team just can't contest you. So right now, I think King once again has it. We have a bit of contesting here. Habana going to go down, not going to be able to get that pick off of Ultra. So now it's just about damage control, checking to make sure that nobody is flanking. That's exactly what Ultra is doing. Doesn't get that pick that they really needed, jumping out to make sure that they stay safe, probably so that they can keep that special as well. Because both of these teams, listen, this zone is not as easy to reef slider as maybe some other zones that we've seen in the past, but you're still going to want that. There's going to be people bunching up in these corners, unable to really escape, so it's still going to be a useful special to have. But you have the pen finally getting a pick, getting zipped, which is exactly what that zip's going to want to do. And they do take out that pen. That's going to be huge because the pen, of course, did not have its cooler yet. So that is denying the other team the ability to get cooler, to hold all the more stronger, and to really push. But you have this Luna Blaster once again just sending out their subs, trying to see what they can do before going down themselves. And you see how close things are. Happy New Year is almost through their penalty. We only have 9 seconds left, so they are about to get this lead, and the Reef Slider comes out to try and stop them, but it's not enough. And Happy New Year, a hard fought game, does take it in a 3-0 despite King's best efforts. That has got to hurt. That's very unfortunate for them. But honestly, despite the fact that this is a 3-0, it doesn't really feel like a 3-0. A lot of it felt very close, very back and forth. And, you know, unfortunate that King had to sort of play on such a map mode, but that's just the way it shakes out. In a Triton-Cup that's zones only, you have to be prepared to play absolutely anything. So we're not going to be seeing any Robo Ramen this time around. We're going to stay there with the 3-0, but definitely King is still in this, going to be sent down to losers, where they will be battling it out to see if they can get to the end there. But we will be right back with our next set. Be sure to not go anywhere, okay?
And we are back. We have the Sunny's Brilliant Emporium versus Long Live Sendoi.
Yes, and let's take a look at these maps. I, by the way, am Sasu here with Ari, and Sunny's Brilliant Emporium versus Long Live Sendo Inc. Gonna start us off on Umami Zones, and as you can see, we are now in the stage where we're gonna be looking at counter picks. So, I think I'm gonna be interested in what both of these teams are running. Let me double check. I think this might be our I don't want to lie on stream. I'm not a liar, but that is correct. It is our second versus our third team, but we're going to get right into this. I'm a little bit jump scared here. We have my friend Jovan on the Brella on Sunny's Brilliant Emporium, and I'm assuming that might just be Sunny, who is Croissant on that back there, up against the Sendo himself on Long Live Sendo Inc. So we're starting off with, I think, a pick on either side. It looks like Sunny's Brilliant Emporium has an early sort of advantage in terms of ink on, but that's not going to matter. I think that Long Live Sendo Inc. getting this pick from the pencil and ultimately taking mid, so they put themselves in a really good position right off the top.
And Umami is like definitely like a map where you have to like plan out who goes on what side due to the double zones. It's like who holds down which part of the map and who's able to advance forward and who stays behind.
Yeah, you definitely have to play very careful. You have Jovan here on the Inkjet being recalled, not able, I think, to quite find a pick. And like you were saying, Ari, you're going to have to be very particular about these two zones here. It's not going to be easy to just hold on to both because one of them, of course, is closer to your opponents, and they can always just like spray a little ink and make it so you no longer have both of those zones. But Long Live Sendo Inc. does currently have both of the zones. I think Sunny's Brilliant Emporium not quite able to get their hands on both of the zones just yet, despite having this inkjet out. And I think that Long Live Sendo Inc. just doing a really good job so far of living and making sure that they don't go down, and that's been the key so far to their holds.
Well, that bomb pick was really nice. And honestly, Long Live Sendo Inc. has been holding it down really well.
Yeah, I agree. They've already gotten down to 14. They can see the win right in front of them. I think the pen is kind of staring at them, and I forgot to mention, but they're also double coolered. I said at one point that they've done a good job of living, but honestly, when you have two coolers up, that zap and that pencil, it's just really hard. You're practically a team of zombies. It's hard to just keep you guys down because even when you have this E leader just beaming people and deleting them, they just come back with either one of those coolers. As a matter of fact, you may kill one of the coolers and say, let me get rid of this pen, this zap, and they may be coolered and come back with their full coolers. So definitely really difficult for Sunny's Brilliant Emporium to overcome. You see so far they have barely gotten their hands on the zone at all. They're down to a 97, and it's just the E leader, which is in a pretty terrible position, tried to jump out and got taken down nonetheless. So Long Live Sendo Inc. almost out of their penalty as well.
I also did not realize they had double cooler until like you pointed out, and it's funny because like I played both Zap and Pen before, and like I was like, oh, they have double cooler?
Yeah, I think having that double cooler just, you know, like it makes you get the pick and you go like and stay down because it does not feel a lot of competitive Splatoon strategy is to say we have to get the pick on this guy so that we can deny them the special, right? We don't want those strikes, or we don't want them to get the cooler, so, or in some cases a reef slider. So let's make sure we get rid of that guy. But it's so hard to do that when the other team just has 2 coolers. And interestingly enough, or not so interestingly, we have a counter pick from Sunny's Brilliant Emporium onto Bluefin Zones. I was thinking to myself, why would anyone in their right mind choose to be on this map mode? But I've realized that Sunny's Brilliant Emporium is running an E-liter, and I believe I mentioned earlier that this is a prolific E-liter map, so not so surprising that they would want to pick this, especially when they think that they're only up against a pen, perhaps.
Yeah, I know someone would be really happy to see Bluefin Zones right now.
Who is happy to see Bluefin Zones?
We both know who's Sasu.
Pico.
Pico.
Pico somewhere is just laughing in his little TO cave. He is seeing this rear its ugly head once again on Triton-Cup. So, gonna be interesting to see whether Long Live Sendo Inc. decides to make any changes based on this. Maybe they take their pen off leader. They say, wait, we want the leader be leader. We're not willing to be range diffed. Or they take their pencil off and they all go just frontline and see if they can dive the leader and get rid of everyone. But we're going to take out a look at these loadouts and see what changes we see.
Mm-hmm. Looks like the comps stayed the same. Or I think they didn't have 10 missiles before, no? Or did they and I'm just crazy?
I'm not quite sure if they were necessarily running Frozen Pro. I would honestly have to look back, but I do see a wipe, an immediate wipe from Sunny's Brilliant Emporium as they move up. And immediately you have Jovan getting this pick on the Inkjet, just really in their base, doing some nasty work on this Brella, a weapon you don't see all that often. So this is a super precarious position, I'd argue, for Long Live Sendo Inc. because now it seems like they're in the position where they essentially can't drop, but they've got 2 specials at the ready. The tri-strikes as well as the cooler, and I think that's going to be enough to paint over that zone and stop the bleeding down to a 34.
That was a really intense beginning 2 minutes. But it looks like Long Live Sendo Inc. is like holding it down now that they were able to push Sunny's Brilliant Emporium back.
Yeah, they're currently on a hold, but 2 of their members go down. You see that shift from the zone in mid, moving its way to the left now that Sunny's Brilliant Emporium does have the zone. That bubble is going to get booyah. They just wanted to get rid of it ASAP, I think, coming out of that S-Blast, which does go down to Jovan on the Brella. So I think they were hoping for a stronger hold there. You see that they did get down to 56, but gonna seem like no dice here, especially because you have Jovan on that flank trying to see just how much harassment they can get away with on this Brella.
Looks like they were able to get a pick, but unfortunately blocked out by the rest of the team.
Yeah, I think that if you saw, they were the only person left, so really good that they were at least able to go down in a trade, but those missiles are going to come out, forcing people to leave the zone so that they don't just cap over it. And now I think Sunny's Brilliant Emporium has just come out guns blazing with a lot of their specials, essentially picking off everyone but Booyah King on that pencil. So once again, Jovan or actually this time around, not Jovan. I think that is going to be the Frozen Pro that goes down, and this Pen is able to get a double. They're now on the other side helping to cap that zone. So unfortunately, that is going to give even more penalty there to Sunny's Brilliant Emporium, and they make essentially not really any progress on their score.
Mm-hmm. Honestly, being on bluefin zones to give your leader an advantage, but like, who the lead was taken away. But it's like honestly like really impressive to see on like both sides how like the match was like really intense and one side was doing really bad but able to take the lead back.
Yeah, that is going to be another win here for Long Live Sendo Inc. I think once again, despite the fact that they're on a leader map, we did see Sunny's Brilliant Emporium able to push up into their plat essentially, spawn camping them a little bit before they kind of moved back, gave them a little bit of space, and I think that's the space that they needed to be able to hold it really well. So unfortunately, that counter pick not going to super work for them. I think that going up against that double cooler is just really tough. The fact that you just can't seem to get the other team to stay down ultimately. But gonna be curious what Sunny's Brilliant Emporium moves to now. Wouldn't be surprised to maybe see a brine water or a hammerhead bridge. There are a lot of leader maps that just put comps that don't have a lot of range at a disadvantage. So I'm wondering if they're going to pick something more conventional or play to the fact that they have a leader, or maybe they say, listen, we tried that last time and it didn't work so well for us. So well, it's gonna be Robo Ramen, it seems, which is, I'd argue, a more classic competitive map mode.
Ramen is a map you see like fairly often on squads, and especially in like competitive tournaments. You see that like fairly often as like a really common map.
Yeah, I myself really like Robo Ramen zones. I play a lot of edit. Really, any weapon I play it on, it just feels really good to me. I mean, if I'm up against, let's say, a pencil or a charger, it can be kind of frustrating. You can't really even sit in your own elbow without having someone harassing you. But we are currently at match point. Long Live Sendo Inc. just really needs to get this pick before they take the rest of the set, and as such, we see no changes, at least from Long Live Sendo Inc. We do have a change of Waffles. Remember, we weren't sure if Waffles was on that Frozen Pro. I believe they were not. Now they're on Brush, which they were on the first game as well. So we'll see how that works out for them and whether that's part of what they need to get this victory.
Yeah, I was like, I kept feeling like Waffles was like changing weapons. I was like, am I going crazy? But it, like,
I see an unfortunate pick there on the leader, but honestly, that's not easy on a place like this. I think that leader can often just kind of sit there, but Jovan, I think getting essentially two people there at that bottom left flank before taking the zone. So they're going to move up to this elbow area, bomb it out, see if they can take it. Really good pick out of the leader, back up and ready to go. And now you see Sunny's Brilliant Emporium, just like we saw last time, just rushing up to see if they can put on that pressure and make it difficult for anyone to come back in. So they currently have the lead. You have that leader watching the flank really dutifully, and we'll see if this time they're actually able to get the lockout that they need, because they're looking like an iron wall right now.
they are. And with 2 down, it might be a little bit of a struggle, but it looks like they're still holding it down really well, despite having 2 down.
Oh, that is a really unfortunate striking of that jump in. You see, two people were jumping in there, but I think the tri-strikes were able to just take them out as soon as they jumped. So once again, we have this double cooler, and you have a cooler pen just able to get that cooler out as well. But another unfortunate sort of bombing going to make it so that staggering. There's 3 down. A Kraken comes out. From the brush just to put up that pressure, make it difficult for everyone to sit in their own area. Cooler comes out, a huge bubble. This is the perfect place that you're going to want to bubble if you have one. And I think 3 people down. It's just Jovan on that jet. And they do pop it to just try and see if they can defend, and so far they haven't gone down. So despite the fact that Long Live Sendo.Inc. has the zone, at least they were able to kind of stop the staggering by having Jovan up there.
Hmm. And it looks like now like they have the pencil down, and Sunny's Brilliant Emporium took back the zone to hopefully take down their penalty. And they're holding it down really well, and that was like a really great pick from the E leader.
Yeah, all an E-leader really needs is just a great sightline and a good trigger finger, which I believe Croissant really has. They're doing a fantastic job of just, like, checking everyone. But one thing that Long Live Sendo.Inc. is doing is just pouring out their specials, especially when they need to. Sendo is on the left flanking there, but that's going to cost Long Live Sendo.Inc. the zone, essentially. And there's just like a lot of pandemonium. You see Sunny's Brilliant Emporium has made it all the way down to an 8. They're ticking through their penalty. You have Jovan there on the Inkjet just terrorizing and harassing. Penn not able to get that pick, and now look how low the penalty is, but the tri-strikes come out. They cap over zone, and it just feels like this is gonna last forever, because anytime Sunny's Brilliant Emporium comes within spitting distance of getting that knockout, we have those tri-strikes denying them the win.
And their penalty is gonna be bought back up as Long Live Sendo takes back the zone. And they almost get their penalty down, but it looks like they're not gonna quite be able to get it.
Yeah,
as it's a long fight.
Their penalty's super low, so despite the fact we have 20 seconds left, I think that Sunny's Brilliant Emporium still has to be really locked in, because if they get it, they might be able to run it down, but we just have 10 seconds left. Once again, here come the tri-strikes to try and go over that zone, as well as a booyah, but I think it's just not going to be enough, giving Sunny's Brilliant Emporium their first win on their own counter pick. So fantastic job to them. Almost getting the knockout, not quite, but a win is a win. Well done from this team, because those holds were certainly nasty.
Definitely. And especially on like a map like Global Ramen with an E-leader, it's like they were still able to hold it down with not having many spots to like be able to move around in.
How do you figure? What do you think was hard about?
Because it's like also you like have to think about like the drops in the map. Like if you accidentally make a wrong move, you have to like find a way to come back really quickly.
Yeah, but it did work out for Sunny's Brilliant Emporium, but I think the tough thing ahead is now, of course, it's Long Live Sendo.Inc.'s turn to essentially get that counter pick, and they're going to be picking Undertow Spillway. Ultimately, I think we saw them win on Umami Zones, which is another double zone sort of pick, so maybe that's what they're banking on. They know that with all things neutral, they were able to, honestly, quite dominantly. I think Sunny's Brilliant Emporium wasn't able to really get their hands on the zone for that long. It wasn't super close, so maybe that's sort of their specialty, that's what they're banking on, and that's why they picked Undertow Spillway.
I think this is just me, like, guessing. They might be concept that they've had from, like, the last month, but it's like, who knows? Waffle can change.
What Waffles will go? Well, I think Waffles was on Brush that first time. I think that Octobrush specifically. I wonder if is it Inkbrush that has Whale, because I think Whale can actually be really useful on a place like Undertow. So ultimately, it's going to come up to how that works and whether Sunny's Brilliant Emporium is able to keep a handle on the double cooler situation. This is a big map, so it might be helpful. You see Waffles switching to yet another Octobrush. This one, the one with Zip, no doubt to harass Booyah King and maybe take one of those, not just the backline, but one of those coolers out of the equation. But so far, you have one down from Sunny's Brilliant Emporium and a very quick cap from Long Live Sendo Inc. with two members going down on either side. Jovan, really the only frontliner still left there in a 1v1, rather kind of a 2v2. Pops that jet, two down there, and everyone is just sort of just managing everything. A trade there from Jovan and the S-Blast. So I think that's going to be the zone under the hands of Long Live Sendo Inc. here.
It looks like the E-Leader is able to find a spot to try and hold down, but they got picked off.
Yeah, I think that, sometimes just sitting on snipe isn't necessarily going to cut it. So it seems like Sunny's Brilliant Emporium, their E-Leader has been just really creative about their positioning. Unfortunately, we have that Zip low-key getting just cancelled in its first attempt on the zone. And so far, I think Long Live Sendo Inc. we're seeing why they counterpicked this stage, because they're just doing so well on it. Not to mention, they just have a lot of paint. I think that Sunny's Brilliant Emporium, they have a splash, which is essentially, I think, low-key there on some level for support paint. And finally, we're seeing a little bit more yellow coming onto the stage here. So a bit of a 2v2. I think they get the pick exactly as they needed. And we're heading towards perhaps a lead switch, or at the very least close to a tie. So really strong turnaround for Sunny's Brilliant Emporium, because it was looking like they were getting a little bit, I don't know, like smothered there.
It does look like it's getting close to a lead switch, which does happen.
Yeah, there's a lead switch here we see by 1 point, but the penalty is pretty low for Long Live Sendo Inc. So they're probably going to be able to get this right back very quickly. But you see, due to a wipe from Sunny's Brilliant Emporium, they're actually able to just stop them from proceeding, get the zone back, and they are currently making their way through their penalty. Two of those members go down. I think that you have this slosher just on a tirade. They're able to get essentially three people down, send out their tri-strikes, and stop the run from Sunny's Brilliant Emporium. So right now, once again, back on the back foot, JJ here gonna get that pick on that pen, deny them one of their 2 coolers, trying to see what they can do with this other person, and I think essentially leading their other teammate into getting that pick ultimately. So Sunny's Brilliant Emporium showing exemplary teamwork here, I would argue, up against Long Live Sendo Inc., especially considering that we are at match point and they can't afford to lose this game.
Mm-hmm. If this does go into a tiebreaker, the last match will definitely be really intense because it's both teams fighting for victory with a lot on their shoulders.
Yeah, both of these teams, ultimately, they can go to a loser's bracket, but that's not what they're looking for. Already, we are down to the single digits for Sunny's Brilliant Emporium, and down to the end, they do get it, and just as you mentioned, Ari, we are in for a tiebreaker round, a game 5. It's always lovely when we get to see those on stream, but especially of note, Sunny's Brilliant Emporium was able to get this KO on a counter pick that was not there. So long live Sendo Inc. ultimately going to get the last counter pick on this game 5, but that's huge to be able to pull that off, especially into a KO in such a good, strong showing. So long live Sendo Inc. They might be in trouble here. Their momentum has essentially been stopped right in its tracks. They might be getting reverse swept if they kind of don't lock in and make sure that they're not slipping. Because I think you win these 2 games, you lose one, you go, well, that's just one. It's fine. We've got this last game. But once you lose twice in a row and you lose that momentum, it can be a little bit difficult to pick back up and stop that reverse sweep from happening.
Mm-hmm. And it'll be really interesting to see what map Long Live Sendo Inc. will choose next, because now it's thinking, will they win their own counter pick or will they get reverse swept?
Yeah, I think that's something you definitely have to kind of be worried about. That it's like, listen, we picked something and it did not go our way. It was really tough for us. So what are we going to do now? Like, are we going to lose again on our counter pick? Or like, I'd be shaking in my boots. I can't lie. So you're going to have to pick careful, think about what was it that helped us win last time we had this, and I think it's going to go to Humpback Pump Track Zones. Really interesting pick here, and I'm wondering if it's going to, we haven't seen that many switches from anyone but essentially one player who has been going through just variants of, I think, Pro and Brush. But I think Blaster is also really strong here sometimes. We have that Slosher on Long Live Sendo Inc. They may be able to get a lot of bang from their buck, especially if they're looking to displace that leader who will be probably standing in those windows on Snipe, etc., etc. So I think that I'm liking what I'm probably going to be seeing out of Long Live Sendo Inc.'s their comp. But Sunny's Brilliant Emporium, they are not to be trifled with. Clearly, they're on track to possibly reverse sweep. So we'll see if that brush is going to be super helpful for them. Jovan, of course, wouldn't be surprised if we see a switch perhaps onto the other Brella, not the one that has a jet, but we shall see if this pick affects the comps at all.
Mm-hmm. And with Leader 2, you are right about having the windows, being able to hide behind them. And also, if playing Humpback on zones, it also depends on who really takes control of mid, because you can have a really big push if you take control of mid before the other team does.
All right, so we do have some switches. Why, once again, sticking on to that splash. Earlier games, we saw them on Junior, so interesting that they're not necessarily deciding to pick the weapon with Bubble. Jovan, I think, gonna be sticking there, but also gonna go down. I think that's a delayed wipe on Sunny's Brilliant Emporium, unfortunately. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention the change of the Octobrush once again onto the one with Rain, but you see just the pen also. A pen with respawn Punisher. I don't think that's all that common. Just taking that mid to see if they can take that space, but I think they immediately get checked by Jovan, who is on I think their second or third pick there before recalling, and Long Live Sendo Inc. now just falling like dominoes. I just see them constantly going down there in the UI. So really strong run right now from Sunny's Brilliant Emporium. We'll see how long they can keep it.
Mm-hmm. And I do notice that they do not have their E-liter anymore, just regular splatter on regular sniper on Inkback, which Inkback can actually prove to be like really good, as its flash range once deployed can like really push back a lot.
Yeah, I think that I totally understand this switch to V Charger here. Just sitting in zone while, especially with those ink strikes, I think when they throw the Booyah Bomb, if you have an active vac in mid, that is going to be super helpful. But now we are in a 1v1 situation. Unfortunately, one of those ones does have a special. We have a jump out. They are able to get that zone, unfortunately, due to those tri-strikes. So right now we have a reset from Sunny's Brilliant Emporium, while we have that really fantastic pick there from the Charger, and finally they get the zone back here.
Mm-hmm. This is really proving to be like a really intense match, because as Sendo is really trying hard not to lose their counter pick, and Inkback is able to get the zone, but not for long, and Uto is a really good pick.
Yeah, you've got 2 down on either side. I think make that 3, the ink brush able to paint over that zone ultimately. So everyone from Long Live Sendo Inc. spawning back in. And right now, you're talking about how close it was. It seems like the double cooler, maybe not as much of an issue this time around, at least for Sunny's Brilliant Emporium. So that second cooler is going to come out, placed a little bit selfishly, understandably so. You have JJ on that ink vac just trying to chip out that pen, which does live it, but we have a change of hands in terms of the lead. Sunny's Brilliant Emporium has it so far, and of course the signature tri-strikes are and Booyah combo is going to give them the zone right back. So it seems like any time that they're kind of losing the battle there, and we have a DC from Sunny's Brilliant Emporium from Jovan, unfortunately, but it's past the halfway mark, so that is going to be tragic. It's going to be super tough for them to win one member down, and that is just heartbreaking to see that in a game 5 that's as close as this.
Definitely. I think I did kind of see like what happened prior to the DC. It looked like lag had incurred on Chobot.
Yeah, I think that's just about it. There's not much like a point in fighting it. I think everyone's just kind of running out the clock because they know what it is. When something's that close and you're one person down, the chances are just like really low. So they're just gonna kind of end the game, call it a day, and I guess concede that game to Long Live Sendo Inc. That is just so deeply unfortunate. To see, I'm sure it's unfortunate on both sides. Long Live Sendo Inc. essentially getting this win that they're not sure that they necessarily would have even gotten. But of course, it is way worse. Way more unfortunate for Sunny's Brilliant Emporium to have JJ, not just DC, but DC at the point way after when DCs can trigger a replay. So, worst possible way, unfortunately, to lose your reverse sweep, but it really is what it is, I suppose.
Yeah. But both teams did play really good.
Absolutely. Such a riveting game. Coming to such an end, super unfortunate, but it sort of is what it is. But in the meantime, while we take a moment to just get our feelings out, maybe have a good cry, we will be right back, so don't go anywhere. All right. I bet you didn't expect to hear from us so soon. It's funny. While I was watching this, I was like, surely, listen, nobody is promised a gentleman's agreement for a game, right? That is just up to the people who are in the position to say yes or no. But I was like, maybe they gentleman this, it could be a reverse sweep, who knows? But if they don't want to, I can't, do not ever blame anyone for not taking a gentleman's agreement. I'm like, listen, long live Sendo Inc. That's just, it is what it is. They take the win, they continue forward. Sendo's the GOAT, we'll give him that grace. But they have made a gentleman's agreement to replay the game with Jovan there, and I just think it's funny because I was like, are they going to restart? Are they going to gentleman? Maybe nobody in the lobby knew how to restart. And that's why they just let the timer go through. Because I'll tell you, Ari, I don't remember. I don't remember the combo to restart. Anytime I'm at a LAN, I need someone to tell me what the combo is because I always forget it.
It's fine. I don't remember it either. I'm just gonna be like, hey, could someone else do this? I don't know how. I don't remember.
Yeah, so maybe they're like me, and whenever I'm playing, my co-captain knows it, so I'm like, he'll do it. If we have to replay, he'll do it. So it could have been that sort of situation where they're just like, is somebody else gonna gonna do the you know. Or maybe they just talked about it afterwards, because I know I would not want to completely, like, you know when someone DCs after the 4-minute mark and you're like, I don't want to play this, I don't want to play this. Playing a 3v1 is so much work. Like, is it possible that you win? Yes. Do I want to put in that level of effort to win? No. Absolutely not. So I don't think it's so crazy that it's like, all right, just take the game. Whatever. But yes, luckily for you, hopefully nobody went too far. Hopefully when I said don't go anywhere, you listened to me. You strictly adhered to that. So, because like I said, I was like, this is one of the most disappointing game 5s I think I've ever witnessed in my entire life. Like, that was pretty tragic. So I think we're very lucky that we're ultimately going to get to see this replayed. Now, sometimes also replaying a game, you know, having that off time, just kind of being out of the zone for a bit can mess with you, you know? Like, sometimes you were going to win a game, a DC happens, and then you replay, and you're just not in the same zone. You're not really in it like you were before, and you kind of biff it, and it ends up being like an easy knockout for one of the teams. So hopefully that's not what happens. Both of these teams stay locked in, and hopefully whatever whatever happened to Jovan's Wi-Fi does not happen again, at least for the 5 minutes in which they'll be playing.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed. But in the meantime, of course, this is a replay, so both of these teams are going to have to show up with the same comp, essentially. What do you think was like what were you thinking of the game? Who were you thinking was gonna end up on top based on what you were seeing?
Based on what I was seeing, I really thought Sunny's Brilliant Emporium was like gonna win the match, since they had like really like they had like the game majority in their bag, and then like, you know, Long Live Sendo that Inc. Took back the zone, and then like as Sunny's Brilliant Emporium was trying to get the zone back, it was just like Jovan had disconnected, and they were like, uh-oh. And like they didn't really know what to do, so they just let the match go out.
Yeah, I think I'm inclined to agree with you. I think Sunny's Brilliant Emporium was in really good shape when the DC happened. I think that like Long Live Sendo Inc., of course, they have the V Slosh, that vanilla slosher, and the what do they have for the S Blast?
Yeah.
Between those, they have a lot of like area denial, but for the most part, I feel like those specials are very specifically being used for zone. Like, I don't think for the most part, like, they're just kind of being used to cap zone, and absolutely, even when Tri-Strikes comes out, sometimes depending on what weapon you're on, you can just kind of paint over them. But when it's Tri-Strikes and then a Booyah Bomb, like, you've guaranteed, it's practically like a Reef Slider. Like, you've guaranteed you will be getting that zone. There's nothing anybody can really do about it. So I think that when Long Live Sendo Inc., when they're using that combination of specials, it's showing... Desperation isn't the word I want. It's showing that they're in a bit of a tight spot, and they're having to dump all of these specials that could be used for something else on just stopping Sunny's Brilliant Emporium from, like, getting more points on the board. So I think when they're forced into that position, that really shows that Sunny's Brilliant Emporium is putting them on the back foot, so to speak. So definitely really strong showing from them, but like I said, you know, it all depends on Javon's Wi-Fi, on whether, you know, your team is cold, you're not in it, because I think that I mentioned how Sunny's Brilliant Emporium stopped Long Live Sendo.Inc.'s momentum with winning those 2 in a row, but I think that feeling the high off of that momentum, feeling that sort of like wind underneath your wings can very easily be stopped by something disheartening like a DC. So I think maybe these teams are on a little bit more equal footing now, and I'm just interested to see how it ends up being. Like, I hope it's just as close as we saw last game, and we don't end up seeing a really close knockout, but we are at the tiebreaker. Comps are going to be exactly the same. The only thing that will be different is how both of these teams play.
Yeah. It honestly looks like they are still playing the same.
Well, we'll see, because I think that unlike last time, we do have an opening crab there, as well as an opening pick on that pencil. Huge, I think, for Y here. And yeah, already Sunny's Brilliant Emporium has their hands on the zone, and I think that it seems to me that they're playing a little bit more careful. You have 2 members down once again. That pen just chipping away, as Sunny's Brilliant Emporium have already made it to the 60s. So right now they are in a good position, but if they don't make sure that they keep that position, then they might end up in trouble.
Yeah, they definitely are playing careful, especially considering with what happened to Jovan. And Long Live Sendo.Inc. does get the zone after a bit of struggle, but they have 2 down, and it is proving to not look good for them with that 2 down, as they do get wiped out.
Yes, that is going to be a huge wipe, mostly courtesy of their Octobrush you see here, getting a really nasty double into that last jump coming out. But of course, I was going to say that the signature Tri-Strikes were probably going to come out and see if that they could, what they could do with capping over that zone, but a really critical pick, I think, perhaps out of their Charger, if I saw correctly, is really going to be helpful. And the back comes out right there, trying to take away from that Tri-Strike, but I think there comes the Booyah as well, and they're able to get a few extra points. Jovan, the only one up before going down into a not a reverse sweep, into a delayed wipe out. But with this low penalty, this dangerously low penalty, this might actually be really dangerous for Sunny's Brilliant Emporium, especially because they don't have necessarily the retake specials that they might want. That brush has rain. So Jovan gets the pick, especially that they need before going down themselves, and this scuffle in mid is going to be huge, because you see Long Live Sendo.Inc. has brought it down to a 40, and they're looking to see if they can get the lead, but it is denied from them. So really back and forth. Things are looking closer than they were before.
And especially now with like how like both teams are playing, Sunny's Brilliant Emporium does have a bit of a better strategy. Seems like they improved on how it was last game, and here comes the Inkjet trying to look for a pick, but doesn't quite seem to get one.
Oh, and there are the Tri-Strikes. Not quite able to cap over zone. I think a few points are nicked off of that 30 down to a 28 for Sunny's Brilliant Emporium, but really they're just trying to play very careful. One of their members, 2 of their members go down right now, so that leaves the space for Long Live Sendo.Inc. to just sort of go forward there. I mentioned how I think that the V-Slosh is going to have a really good positioning here, but 2 of their members are down. I'm sure they did not necessarily anticipate that, and they're just trying to hold on to the zone. They do so. They pop those Tri-Strikes. you know, I don't know how helpful that is to them, especially with this back out. But they do get the lead. That is going to be huge because a delayed wipe has happened, and now Sunny's Brilliant Emporium is in a really tough position.
They are, and it looks like Long Live Sandal Inc. might take this game again, which is gonna happen.
Yeah, what a hard fought game. It was looking like Long Live Sendo Inc. not doing so well, but all they really needed was that one delayed wipe. And like we've mentioned so many times before, they are constantly staying up due to their double cooler. So I think the punishment that Sunny's Brilliant Emporium receives when they go down in a wipe like that is just so extreme. So I think against what we may have thought would end up happening, Long Live Sender Inc. does fight hard and earned that last win, sending Sunny's Brilliant Emporium down to losers, where I'm sure they'll be looking to fight through losers bracket to hopefully fight Long Live Sendo Inc. again. But you know, it was an honor to commentate for the Sendo on and follow along on Sendo Inc. So I must agree, and perhaps that's what they want, why they won. Long live Sendo Inc. Ari.
Honestly, resetting that match and like thinking, I honestly thought like with the push Sunny's Brilliant Emporium had, they were gonna win this like resetted tiebreaker. But remembering that Live Sendo has the two coolers that basically just keeps them awake the whole time, they found pushes, especially with that delayed wipeout, and were able to take the game in a knockout.
Yeah, but really close game. Glad we got to see them replay it, but we are the ones who will not be replayed because this is going to be our last set, Ari. So before we get going and hand the mic off to, I believe, Pat and Moku, where can the people find you if they want to keep up with you?
I'm active on Twitter and Blue Sky. You can I'm sometimes a little bit more active on either platform. It depends really if I'm like not busy or not. Sometimes you might find me on Instagram or TikTok. Handles might be a little different, so I might like link them in my profile sooner or later, so like you can find me on them.
Oh, I see. If anyone, for any reason, wants to keep up with me, you can find me at Sasu in your pants, SASUIN, the letters UR, pants. I will also be at Don't Flounder in the Function in Cary, North Carolina. So, that is going to be it, I believe, from myself and Ari. Stick around because we will be getting into the second half of the bracket. Don't go anywhere.
and welcome back to Triton-Cup 128. Welcome to 2026. I am Pat here with Moku, ready to crown our first Triton-Cup champions of the year. Moku, Happy New Year! How have you been?
It's been great, Pat. Happy New Year to everybody. I can't wait to see this match. I can't wait to watch, commentate it, see how it's going to go. And I hear that the Sendo himself is in this tournament.
Yeah, I have to give special thanks to Sendu for one specific reason. First of all, there was an update on Sendu Inc. That changes a few things, and I love to see that the site is always being developed. Also, thanks to Sendu.inc, I learned that this year, 2025, saw 1,503 Splatoon tournaments.
Wow, that's so cool!
That's huge!
I'd love to...
We've had so many!
Yeah, I'm really happy to see that this community is just thriving. One day I'm going to TO a tournament of my own, but I don't know the details yet. But we're getting into this set, Team MZ versus Long Live Sendo Inc.
Yeah, on the side of Sendo.inc, which is in yellow by the way, our colors are inverted, we see the kind of combat they were bringing earlier, which is strikes, Booyah Bomb, and double color. On the side of MZ, this is the kind of combat you only see for Urchin Underpass. These dapples have been a staple of this map, and I'm always here to watch it.
S-Bot's getting a nice pick as we're starting off with Urchin Underpass Zones. Another one going down, Liquid K. Or, sorry, that's French. That's just K. Brush coming in, but getting picked off. And they're going for that lockout, Pat.
Yeah, they're in the right positions to really hold the ground. Beautiful jump in by the S-Blast, but a little bit too late. They get punished for it, and now it's MZ going forward, getting to the zone. They're not able to get on the zone yet, but that bubbler and the flanks should allow them to maintain the pressure, and here they are. Thanks to the Kraken, they're able to retake the zone, and with 2 players down, it looks like MZ, it's going to be their turn to be in front of the zone and to paint around for the lookout.
MZ getting that nice cap and already whittling down the points, and if they can hold it any longer, we'll see a lead switch. A beacon going down, that's a very nice position. Ooh, but getting the cap on the side of Long Live Sendo Inc. And Octobrush looking to take up space here on the right here, Pat.
Yeah, right now, that was a very quick retake by Sendu's team right now. They were really able to just get onto the zone, sneak their way onto there. And now MZ not able to really punish that. They get punished, they get wiped. But they respawn and stop it! What was that?
What, did they just wipe out each other? Was that what happened?
They got the beacons that allowed them to super jump back in and instantly got back into the fight. Sendo Inc. They thought they'd won the fight because of a wipeout, but they've forgotten that there were still beacons right next to them.
Always check the map, y'all. But we see Booyah Bomb, we see Tri-Strike, we have all these GG specials, but not capping the zone as we see not Elite Switch, 4K going down before Elite Switch could even happen, getting penalty. And MZ.
Yep. Ooh.
Man, Pat, what do you think about all this?
I think MZ is fighting hard right there. Sendo Inc. have been able to get back on the zone whenever they wanted and apply penalty over and over, but MZ still has a lot of firepower, still has a lot of options to fight, but right now it's not enough. They're almost done with their penalty, but it doesn't matter. Long live Sendo.inc, still able to retake the zone, and right now they're fighting left and right. These Dapples are forced to jump back to another beacon, and they're still in this fight, Moku.
This Dapple is... These Dapple lanes are... They are such rads on Urchin Underpass. This one in particular as well. Y'all scare me as a brush. Sendo going down to the brush, with the brush going down to... to Gi, I think it is. I could be misreading that. The names pass by so fast, but going down to 4K on Hydra, and I didn't realize that Long Live Thunder Wing had such a lead, Pat.
They just extended their lead. MZ is now forced to play for a KO as we're near the last minute of this game. Long live Sandu Inc. once again pushing in and forcing their way to the zone with the specials, but they were not able to apply penalty. That could cost them dearly as MC is able to keep the zone. No penalty, and now the brush going in, maintaining the aggro, but Splatling forced to wait. They're going to have to move in. They don't have the players. Seven Inc. suddenly needs to go in. These strikes, can they cap the zone? No! The lead is taken.
Well, not yet. They have 40 seconds to make something happen here on the side of Team MZ, and I'm such a Pokemon fan, I just keep doing that. But Team MZ, you can't get the sleet switch if they can hold it. Floor coming out, and that is a bubble. That's a defensive bubble with Mini Splatling going in and taking up space.
Yep. Right there, MZ taking control. With just 10 seconds left in the game, Long Live Sandu Inc. just retook the zone. They don't have that much penalty. They only need to deny one push as MZ is preparing their way forward. The bubbler is ready. It's going to be deployed next to the zone as the rest of the team is painted. That is 1-0 for MZ. And I mean, Moku, we just saw Long Live Sandu Inc. retake control early of the map and be able to maintain their presence, maintain their lead. But that one time they didn't manage to cap the zone. MZ was able to jump on the occasion and did all their points like that. I feel like Long Live Sandu Inc. were kind of resting on their laurels and happy that they had the lead, which meant like they were only relying on reapplying that penalty over and over, which when you only have 2 painting specials can be a risky bet.
I kind of got the vibe that at least somebody was tunnel visioning, but that's to be expected even in high-level games like this when it feels like you've coasted through the tournament and you're like, okay, we're ready for anything, and we have a strong start. I mean, I'm not in the I'm sorry, I am. I'm not in the comms room with the team, is all I'm saying. So I can't make too many assumptions, but it looked like there was somebody getting tunnel vision, which happens. But this match, this set, I should say, is still young. 1 point on the board, anything can happen. Also, I do apologize for being a little bit distracted. I got sushi. I got some sushi, y'all.
Congrats on the sushi. Right now, meanwhile, Long Live Sandu Inc. decided to counterpick on Flounder Heights for their choice of a map. Flounder Heights, very much a unique map. It has double zones. It has that absolutely mountain of mid that you have to climb, and it's always literally an uphill battle to go back onto the zone once you're pushed away. I've seen so many games and very fast, but believe me, when 2 teams are able to get retakes on this map, that's where you see the hypest games. And I hope we get to see that.
Zones on this map is kind of... what's the word? It requires a lot of back and forth, especially if...
Yeah. It is highly punishing as a map, for sure.
Thank you.
But
that was the word I was looking for.
MZ switching to what I would call their normal comp. Bringing an Eliter on here is always a unique choice, but Devin 4K with that Eliter is always dangerous, even on this map. That doesn't favor Eliters that much. Right now, both teams have painted their side of the map. The big question is who is going to be able to win that first big team fight.
Okay, going down frame 1 as we see I can't remember their username. NZAP going in for getting for the cat, but getting killed, wiped out. I was so busy trying to remember the name, but we see a lead switch early on the team of M's, a side of Team MZ here. S-Blast coming out, saying, "Nah, you can't park here. Get out of here." Okay, going down for their trouble.
Yeah, that's 2 down onto MZ. This could be an opportunity for Sendu, especially since they know where the recall of the Zep is. But no, never mind. It doesn't matter. MZ keeps full control. They get the splats and they get the punishes. Beautiful moves in by the Zap to really take control for the team. Beautiful play as MZ is scoring point after point, Moku.
And those super jumps are only things that you see in high-level gameplay. You know that NZAP is locked in with MZ having secured a lead. It is a huge lead as XP 900, or I'm sorry, 9,000. XP just goes down. Long live Sendo Inc. finally getting away from their penalty points and trying to go in for that revenge. We see E-Leader here, very nice positioning as we go back to neutral on... until one of them takes... Who knows who's going to take it right now?
Yeah, right now, I mean, both teams are still fighting for the top. It looks like Sendo Inc. still has a positions advantage and the numbers advantage. It's only the brush left for MZ. That Octobrush is called out and slided back to spawn. You go. Long live Sendo Inc. No penalty was applied on them, which means they get to score more points, Moku.
Indeed, S-Blast going in for a flank, but getting caught and sent back to spawn as Long Live Sendo Inc. is about to take lead here. It doesn't take much if they can just hold it a little bit longer, but I think MZ is going to take it back and apply penalty as they have to Sendo Inc. Slosher out here locked in right now. And, you know, Slosher can take up so much room.
Yeah, a lot of room was taken, but MZ are hanging on to their lead now that the penalty is applied, and both teams are back to fighting for mid. As you were saying, these big neutrals on top mid decide so much, but right now with a Booyah Bomb and 2 down, MZ is forced to move away, and Long Live Sendo Inc. is back in control of both of the zone. And now the big question is, can they get more points? Well, they're able to get a lot of splats. That's a wipeout.
That wipeout is huge. It's going to help Long Live Sendo Inc. take back the lead with the Booyah Bomb ready and a Zip Caster being popped. Ooh, Angelo going down. Getting that Booyah Bomb out to try to get that zone back before Long Live Sendo Inc. can take the lead here. But we see a lead switch here, Pat.
Yeah, Long Live Sendo Inc. staying in control, and with 2 players down, it's very rough for MZ. They were able to get their zone to get on top mid. Now they need to win another fight if they want to paint the other zone. Long Live Sendo Inc. fighting hard to keep their control. They know they have the lead. MZ needs to get a monster attack, and they're able to get 3 down. They get the zone. The game is not over yet.
Indeed, Pat. And it's still anybody's game. Like you said, we're seeing the zones being highly contested right now. As it always has been. I just don't have much else to say other than it's still anybody's game. 4K dominating space right now. Always need a good anchor on your team. But Booyah Bomb coming out, we could see a cap on the side of Long Live Sendo Inc.
Long Live Sendo Inc. right now, they only need to paint one of the zones, but they're not able to do that enough. They lose a bit too many players, and MZ are holding strong. That fight is going to last until overtime. Now both teams fighting for the zone, but it's 3 down. It's a wipe out, and MZ gets game number 2 in a huge comeback.
What a comeback for Team MZ. I'm so impressed.
Yeah, I mean, they're all seed They are seen number one for a reason. They are impressive. And we saw Long Live Sando Inc. both of these games being able to do so much, to fight so fast, but MZ learning to adapt, learning to counter what Long Live Sando Inc. is doing. And right there, that's a 2-0.
I wonder what the next counter pick is going to be. Why do I feel like it's going to be Robo Ramen?
That's an interesting idea. I mean, Robo Ramen is on the list, but that's not where we're going. We're going to go to Undertow Spillway.
Not a bad map. Another double zone for sure, but you have a larger terrain, a lot more. It's a lot more supportive for the anchors as well because you have your own little snipes. And plenty places to shark, especially if you're a brush. I know I saw a brush main in the set, so if they go back to Comet Doctor Brush or pick another brush, it should be able to help out. Big maps like these help with the. They help with more sneakier plays.
Yeah. I feel like the two maps that we've seen Long Live Sando in Counterpick are map of Legis map where they hope to make their S-Blast and Slusher work as well as they can, because they are weapons that play very well off of that. Now the big question is, can the two supportive players of the team follow that and make that work, as MZ right now seems to be able to punish them. And as you said, that Octobrush that MZ is running will be happy to go here. We'll have lots of opportunities to play this map as well and to do a lot of damage.
Indeed, so we see that Octobrush. I got it. But in all seriousness, they make a beeline for the zones, and we're already seeing Long Live Sando take one of them, or nearly take one of them before Team MZ takes it, but then they take it back. We see S-Blast out here going left, trying to look for a pick, not quite getting a pick from that blast, but getting one, frame one, but getting dunked on by a net zap.
Yep.
Ooh, already so much action, right?
Yeah, both teams showing us a lot of fighting power, but right now it's still anybody's games. As I say, but it looks like a lot of players are respawning, are back in the strikes, are trying to wall things off and giving Sando the opportunity to get a few extra points in. But I mean, the fight is still raging, and right now 2 down on Sando's team. It looks like MZ is going to take control.
I love how this brush is taking up room over here on the left side. And getting that zip caster. I want to see what they're going to do here with it. I love how they're just bullying the end zap. Oh, getting Sendo. That was Sendo getting bullied and harassed in his own base. This is what happens when you unleash a brush. Brush Nation getting some good rep here. You just slapped him way over here. I love that. I love this energy.
That's what the brushes do, but Sendo just got his revenge right here, punishing the brush and getting back the zones for the team. Right now it's Sendo's turn to hold the zone as the S-Blast is going in, getting the splats. There's 2 down on Sendo's team, but it doesn't matter if there's an S-Blast under your ledge. You can't move forward when the brush was able to get to the zone and slow things down, but I don't think it matters. Sando Inc. is still in control of the zones.
I saw the HUD, I saw the brush go down after that zip caster. I don't know what happened, but rest in peace. But in all seriousness, we have a very close game. The scores are nearly even right now with a lead switch on the side of Long Live Sando Inc. But Team MZ is not giving up here, Pat. And I love how Long Live Sando Inc. is trying to go for that lockout, but I have a feeling it's not going to last very long at all. Shy Guy going down and Zap coming right back out. And Eliot dropping, Pat. I think it might be a last-second clutch.
Yeah, I mean, MZ able to get to the zone, but their S-Blast just got splatted. That was their last player attacking. Long live Sendu Inc. just found the way, just put their point on the board, bringing our set, our upper bracket finals to 2-1.
Indeed, that is a game for Long Live Sendo Inc. in this set. And honestly, that was to be expected. Even though Rush benefit from this match, this match was pretty good for it as well, but actually no, it was. I mean, Rush did a great job here. I wish I could remember what the Brush's username was. I need to retain that.
I can't help you with that. I have no memory ever. But that's how it goes with these top level players. There's so much happening everywhere so fast. You can't really predict how a game is going to go until it happens. And without much hesitation, Ems decides to go on to Crab Leg Capital. And when you have a sniper of the caliber of Devin 4K in your ranks, that's not that much of a surprise, especially as they have a Brush as well, and Brush can run on these long grades.
Why does Devin sound familiar?
Devin is
We're already getting. Oh, sorry. What you were saying?
They're one of these players that we see quite often in Dapple tournament, especially in the finals of Dapple tournament. So we kind of used to have them here.
And they're off to the races here, y'all. We see both of them making that beeline for that zone, and I'm noticing that Long Live Sendo has more priority over range than short-ranged melee. That's what I'm trying to say. With 2 already down on the side of MZ, Brush is still alive at least, but XP going down. But that leaves 3 more to have to deal with. I see that NZAP has been popped, and they get cooked by NZAP.
Yeah, that's a big take by Long Live Sendo Inc. right now. The clock is ticking for MZ. MZ regrouping, preparing their specials, activating the cooler, and now the big question is, can they get in? There already was a trade between the blasters. Now the big question is, can MZ find the way forward? So far, it's not working very well. The Booyah Bomb will paint the zone a little bit, but is it enough? Is it enough? The strikes are coming. Oh!
Well, it wasn't that many points, but they at least apply penalty to Long Live Sendo Inc. And they get to keep zone for a little while. At least, this is what I call a little while. Any points are good points, even if it's just 1. It's better than nothing. And guess what? Team MZ could always surprise us. They could probably sweep this match right now. We see Shy Guy getting the shot! That was a nice shot, Shy Guy! And we see them going for that lockout. Long Live Sendo will have to find a way to break out of lockout jail if they want to get that zone back before the lead switch is back.
Yep, we are switching the lead right now. Long Live Sendo Inc. You see the Booyah Bomb from very far away, and they lost a lot of players in that push. No dent on the zone. MZ, you can see here why they counterpicked this map without hesitating. Long Live Sendo Inc. needs to rush the zone. It's too late, and it's 3-1 by MZ.
Getting ratted by that Brush in the very end. Was that Sendo going down to a Brush? That's awesome. I need to retain the usernames. I don't know if that was Sendo or somebody else. I am so sorry. Shout out to both teams. If I get y'all's users wrong, that's it's on me. But I saw someone get ratted by a Brush. It's perfect. I might have a little bit of Brush.
I know you have that bias, yeah?
I'm sorry.
We all have a bias. It's important to recognize it and celebrate it from time to time. But as MZ is going to go and celebrate their victory, their ticket to Grand Finals, we're going to take a short break as we prepare watching the lower bracket and see who they will face to know who will win this whole tournament. So let's take a short break and we'll be right back.
welcome back to Triton-Cup 128. I'm out of sushi and I'm joined here with Pat. Are you excited for Losers Bracket semis?
I am always excited, Moku. I am so glad we're back for another year of Dapple tournaments and especially Triton Cup. Yeah, more zones action. We are going to start with Bluefin Depot, a map that was chosen by Sunny's Brilliant Emporium, as we're going to see what they're able to do going against Argentina.
I think it's a brilliant idea to choose zones on Bluefin for this map. It's a pretty good map. It's really fun, actually. I know some people have complained, but it's some people in my friend group, of course, but... As a brush main, I love moving around. I like yoinking the zone from the other side. It's beautiful. And is that my goat Bonk and my goat Kathy over there? Ain't no way. And JJ? Oh, this battle is stacked. Alright, Pat. What do you think's gonna happen?
Well, I kind of have a bit of a spoiler, Moku, is that these two teams met in the upper bracket. And Sunny's Brilliant Emporium managed to get the victory 3-0, so the pressure is on Argentina. They need to fight hard if they want to get their revenge. Ooh!
With the zone already in the possession of Sunny's Brilliant Emporium, we see a very great position on this end zap with a nice super jump, and they're so close to taking it back from Sunny's Brilliant Emporium, which loses the zone. Argentina getting that zone for themselves, might be seeing an early lead switch here, which is to be expected. Frame 1. And S-Blast coming up here to make space to make sure that they don't get any funny ideas. They said, we remember last time, I wasn't here for that, but I'm pretty sure it must have been really intense, Pat.
Yep, Argentina right now still have their presence, and that S-Blast is going for the charge, not getting in there and getting so much, but Sunny's Brilliant Emporium are able to paint a bit of a zone, not enough to do too much damage, though Argentina still without penalty, still very much in control, as Sunny's trying to find a way back to that zone. And they lost 2 players.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I was going to say, JJ is a very familiar name in this line of tournaments with Dapple Productions, like Triton-Cup and Paddling Pool. And it's always great seeing JJ around with the E-leader as Bonk goes down. And already Argentina was about to take zone for themselves.
Yeah, Argentina still were so close to the KO, but Sunny's Brilliant Emporium able to get back on the zone, able to get the paint. Now the big question is, can they get a push as big as Argentina just got 3 minutes left in the game? They have plenty of time to mount something, Moku.
Indeed, and as Inkzap is a new zap. It's Inkzap. Whatever, I can't even speak. I was calling it Inkzap, and I'm like, that's what I've never heard of before. But Argentina taking it back while I was distracted. And they're working on a lockout here, Pat. This is what I think is going to happen. I think they're just going to take that zone, like, match 1. But they can always surprise us. Sunny's Brilliant Emporium is going for it. GG Strike's coming out, not managing to do much. And Bubbler... Sunny's Brilliant Emporium getting it before they can even catch the zone for themselves, cap the zone for themselves. I don't mean to stutter so much, it's just that the stream is kind of flagging on my side, but... Oh,
well, I can still see the game. Sunny's Brilliant Emporium holding the zone right there, but Argentina pushing over and over, reapplying the penalty, getting the points and getting the wipe out as well.
Let's go! Let's go! We got a wipe out for Argentina. That's huge. Any delay is a good one. If Argentina wants to take it, getting shot by the E-leader, Kara's a sharpshooter, of course, but wow, this is the first time I've seen their POV, but Ink Mine coming out as well, that's going to help.
Argentina right now almost done with their penalties. Sunnies need to run at the zone, but it's too late. Argentina gets their first game off of Sunny's Brilliant Emporium.
We might see a reverse sweep here, Pat. And I was so surprised. And I just wanted to say, the person who used InkVac, that sprinkler on the top frame, that's diabolical, and as a brush main, why? But it's a good strategy, because sprinkler is so annoying, and the more paint you got into the zone, even a drop of paint will just keep your opponents from capping the zone, which is great for you, and it's a surefire way to drag down your other. I'm not trying to say your other teammates, your opponent. I can't English today. I'm really hyped.
I know the feeling. I know the feeling really well. Right now it is 1-0 for Argentina, and in a best of 3. Facing elimination out of the tournament, that is pretty big. Sunny's Brilliant Emporium, I'm pretty sure, they are seed number 2 of this whole tournament, but right now it doesn't matter, they face elimination. But we're done with the weird map. Now we're going to go on to the classic maps that we always see in Splat Zone, starting with Barnacle and Dime. Now it's very much going to be a game of positions between these two teams.
Indeed, Pat. With Barnacle and Dime zones, it's less about how fast can you get to another place and it's less about that and more about how well can you keep your positions, especially on stack. Once you get past stack, it's going to snowball. So you got to know how to work with your team to get out of any lockouts. Here we go. We see all of them. We see one of them going down as Blast getting sent back to base, and Brella out here. Brella is... Yeah. It's an interesting pick for this match.
Yeah, they have a very interesting comp right there. I have fear for their fighting power, but it seems to be working pretty well right there. And with a bubbler right in position, they are crushing their opponent, taking a lot of control, Moku. And as you said, they're getting past that stack, and they're punishing everything right now.
Cappy going down, Leon going down, and this is a brush. I don't think this brush was here last match. I'm loving the brush. I'm loving that it has beacons on it, so great positioning, great great sub. But we're seeing GG strikes being thrown out, but not doing anything to cap the zone as Sunny's Brilliant Emporium sweeps this match.
I mean, that's how you get back in the set. Argentina had more control in game number 1, but game number 2, Argentina wasn't anywhere to be seen. It's as if they were on a different continent. Sunny's Brilliant Emporium just took the whole game, not letting anything happen on the side of Argentina.
Yeah, I've noticed the same thing. It's crazy how much positioning just matters on this map. If you're in the wrong position at all, then you're bound to get snowballed. And as a brush main, I try to equip some swim speed up, which I know I said speed wasn't all that, but I'll tell you the truth, it kind of is. It does play a role, because the faster you can get somewhere, the faster you can snowball the other team.
Absolutely.
But I was saying that it's not as important on its own as it is just your coordination. You can say that about for a lot of maps, but especially Barnacle and Dime. I mean, you put that into words. When you said it was about positioning earlier, I'm just rolling with it, because those were the words I was looking for in all my singular year of comp.
Yeah.
And I couldn't find.
Yeah, positions are pretty important in the game, and as we're going into Robo-Roman, Moku, the big position is going to be that elbow that leads to the zone. Of course, being able to hold your own elbow will allow you to have your way on to the zone, to deploy a bubbler pretty fast and get paint on there. And of course, if you're able to get the opponent's side of the zone, you can really lock things out, deny any way back in the way just Sunny's Brilliant Emporium just did earlier in the game. And they're gonna bring back the Brella Brush comp as yeah, it's working for them. Meanwhile, Argentina is giving up the Dreadringer, of course, on this map in particular. Having a Reef Slider is always a good move.
It's Auto Brush coming out, replacing the other Auto Brush as Kagi goes down, getting ratted frame 1. And I love when brushes can rat. And if this brush can get in there, then it'll be huge. We see Reef Slider Cheese not sticking. Ooh.
Yeah.
What do you think's gonna happen?
I mean, the Reef Slider didn't work right now. Argentina trying to paint. The strikes are coming just a bit too late. They didn't get the zone yet, but thanks to the splat, they're able to finally get it. Now, Sunny's Brilliant Emporium forced to wait a little bit. Nice snipe that will allow them to get the retake pretty fast, especially with the jetpack, allowing them to pummel the zone right there. That's going to be a lot of paint. And we're still very early. It's only the first minute of this game. As Sunny's Brilliant Emporium are back in control. Ooh. Oh.
Indeed, but I was going to say that wasn't going to be for long because we see Argentina come out with those strikes and cap the zone. And if they can whittle down their penalty points in time, they can get a lead switch. We see Brella going against, but they're getting pinched. They're getting pinched and they go off the map. Ooh. That poor Brella. That poor Brella. But
that's away out of it.
That's a way to get Brella, but we see lead switch. I mean, it's already been that way, but I was so distracted by Brella. I feel your pain. I feel your pain, Brella.
Moku, right now, Sunny's has been trying to push onto the zone. They're finally able to get it where the bubbler was not enough. And now, thanks to a beautiful snipe by Kara on the Eliter, they're able to retake a lot of control, put the mines on, breathe a little bit. The Reef Slider is completely punished. And Argentina, right now, are about to concede the lead.
Kara's getting picks like it's just nothing. Getting already 3 of the enemy team. Bob, Leon, and another person whose name that I have forgotten about for now. I am so sorry, but Sunny's Brilliant Emporium is about to take it, and all Argentina needs is a good push. We see Reef Slider Cheese making zone, go back to neutral, screens coming out, not doing much to even get zone, but we see strikes coming out, and are they GG strikes nearly? Commons Underbrush going down, Argentina taking it, Y going down, and it's a 2v1. Kara is out here. Oh, and Kara is such a sharpshooter pet.
Yep. And Kara is forced to jump away. Argentina still in the game. There's 2 minutes. That's more than enough to get back in the game right there. But Sunny's Brilliant Emporium once again pushing in, getting the splats, getting the paint, and getting back the control right now. Argentina throwing the strikes to get back onto the zone right away. They know they don't want to lose presence for too long.
That was a huge splat on the side of Argentina with Kara going down. And with their points getting whittled away here, Pat, all they need to do is hold it if we want to see a lead switch. But we see Sunny's Brilliant Emporium getting back, applying more penalty to Argentina. That missing, and JJ getting a good pick with the Brella. That's an interesting pick, JJ. The Brella?
Yep.
Interesting.
That Brella very much able to get a lot of presence and a lot of inkjets as well, as they are pummeling the opponent. Last minute of the game of the set, Moku. And right now, Sunny's Brilliant Emporium have the lead, have the presence, and the Reef Slider cornered and punished. Almost no penalty. It looks like Argentina needs to run at the zone now.
Oh, now I see why they chose... Now I see why JJ chose Sabrella. Not only does it have good defense, but you can also capitalize on the inkjets. I want to see how many inkjets that they got.
That must have been saw a lot of jetpacks. And they were incredibly effective with these inkjets. That's very much the strength for their team right now, which means Sunny's Brilliant Emporium are going to take the victory 2-1. Argentina fought well, but in the end, second seed of the tournament are going to move forward onto the lower bracket finals, where they will get
GG's
to meet
both
the team
teams.
that beat them, which is, of course, Sendu Inc. Long live Sendu Inc.
Oh, that's gonna be interesting. I can't wait to see what happens.
Yeah, well, we're gonna take a short break, and we'll be right back with exactly that.
Wait, can you not hear me?
And we're back with Triton-Cup 128, and we are in the lower bracket finals, back into best of 5, back into the counter picks, Moku. And it's going to be 2 teams, but we have already seen on the one side, Long Live Sendu Inc. On the other side, Sunday's Brilliant Emporium are seed 2 and 3 of this tournament, facing each other once again.
Indeed, Pat. I'm really excited to see how this plays out with another double zone on Umami Ruins. And as a brush main, I will rat on this map and steal your cheese. It better be Colby Jack, because I don't want any pepper jack. That's spicy. But not much spicier than the desert heat of this map. I think it's in a desert. It looks like it.
I think it's in the desert, yeah? I mean, it's kind of the vibe we have here. But yeah, lots to do, lots to play on these runes. We'll see how these 2 teams are able to do. Remember, the last time they met, it went to a game 5, and thanks to a gentleman's agreement, it went to a game 6 event with Long Live Sendu Inc. surviving the set, going through with a victory. But now they face again. They've learned from each other. We'll see which of his team is able to get the upper hand. Oh,
and we see a brush coming out.
Oh,
There's an ink brush coming out.
There's
I'm really excited. They know I like ink brush, but it's a nouveau ink brush. It's got a stamp on it, so we'll see what happens.
That's double hammer for... that's not Long Live Sendu Inc. That's Sunny's Brilliant Emporium. We have our colors reverted right there. Yeah. All is good right there as the brush is going in, getting a trade as brushes like to do, no offense. And Sunny's Brilliant Emporium is going to take control.
JJ going down in a nice trade. Oh, that's actually Croissant on the E-laner, going for a nice anchor position here, keeping that jump and barely missing, getting S-blast right there. S-blasted, I should say. But with Long Live Sendu Inc. trying to get back, they're struggling against Sunny's Brilliant Emporium. It's really brilliant how they're just keeping zone. They're keeping them from taking it, Pat.
Yeah, I mean, Sendu able to fight for the zone, not able to apply the penalty yet. Remember, he had to paint both of the zones. Here we go, penalties applied, but it doesn't matter. Sunny's Brilliant Emporium are getting all the splats. That's a delayed white Moku. We're still early in the game. Penalty is pretty low. Sunny's Brilliant Emporium is in a great position right now.
Indeed, and it really helps that you have a brush ratting around. We got Zap, not Zap, that was a stamp. And did I just tell you, they're scheming, Pat. The brush is scheming, going for that ratting, taking out one. You almost had a double, but it's okay. Slosher probably does not have a lot of time here because they're just surrounded by yellow ink. They're going to get mad by someone. I already hear the gears turning, Pat. There's somebody going to be scheming. Somebody's scheming.
They are scheming, they are fighting. Long Live Sendu Inc. once again able to push, but not able to take both of the zone. Sunny's Brilliant Emporium still fighting for it. And I mean, they're scoring more and more points. Do we see the end here? Sendu Inc. still in, able to apply penalty finally, and this time it looks like they're able to take control of the space as well, Moku.
Indeed, they have. They have applied penalty to Sunny's Brilliant Emporium and managed to get some points of their own on the side of Long Live Sendu Inc. But Sunny's Brilliant Emporium takes zone back, and if they can hold it down, we can get a sweep. But right now we have S-Blast, we've got everybody piled up in their pit. Ooh, but Brush going for it, and JJ on that wiper going down, but taking up enough space so that they can go for a lockout that didn't exactly stick, but it stuck long enough to make a difference. Person going down with a nice flick shot. I don't know if that was a flank shot, but
Ooh, and that's 3 down onto Sunny's Brilliant Emporium right now. Long live Sandu Inc. Still living a bit longer in this game. They have a lot of points to score, but right now they have their control, they have their paint. We haven't seen them in a strong position yet, as Sunny's Brilliant Emporium trying to get their way back in, already getting a few splats. Can Long live Sandu Inc. Get back? It looks like Sunny's Brilliant Emporium are simply pushing back in without much resistance, Moku.
indeed, and judging by the way the brush was moving, I was guessing that they have Sunny's Brilliant Emporium on the back foot, and they still do, with zone being in neutral now, but they are close to taking back the zone, and they do. But now they've got Long Live Sendo Inc. on the back foot. They've got a lot of area denial thanks to E-Leader.
Yep, and right there, Long live Sandu Inc. and Sunny's Brilliant 2 versus 2. Who gets the fight? It looks like Sunny is keeping control of the zone within the last minute. And Sandu's team still struggling to take control, to push in. They lost 2 players. They need to win every fight now. We're done with the penalty. And Sunny's Brilliant Emporium is wait, it's not over.
Wait, what?
It's not over?
Not over! It's not over! It's with 30 seconds down on the clock. They did they clutched it.
Yeah,
But can they keep that clutch?
That clutch needs to keep going. Only 20 seconds left in the game. They are going to need to win in overtime. But right now, Sunny's Brilliant Emporium not even wanting to let that happen. They retake the zone, and with just a few seconds left, Sendu's team needs to push in, and I don't think it's going to happen, Moku. They don't have the time.
But just 2 more seconds, and they probably would have gotten it. We would have probably gotten into overtime, but as it is, both teams have been fighting their hearts out. And waffles on the brush.
Yeah.
Excellent work. Me and my brush bias.
That's
Totally not brush bias.
And really pairing up the brush and the wiper together.
Yes.
That was a constant stream of someone running forward to their death, but it didn't matter that it was their death. That was part of the plan. And it was working very well, especially since the rest of their team were assuring the paint, assuring the presence, assuring the range. They really worked well together as really this 2-part team of the aggro players running forward, maintaining the fight away, and the 2 incredibly solid support and backline to incredibly solidify what is a very volatile team.
Truly is. And with zones on Urchin Underpass, this is also a good map for Brush.
Yeah.
Experience. It's not the best, but it is a good map. This map makes me feel like a rat. Like, even more so than Umami zones. Because you have so many flank paths.
I feel like it's a map against the long ranges, you know? Like, I've seen a lot of high-level charger players switch away from the charger to get splatling instead, or even something shorter sometimes. That's the kind of map where having short-range weapons is always going to be incredibly dangerous, and where long-range weapons kind of struggle to establish themselves.
That's usually, in my opinion, I think that's just because of how much size, like how open it is and how close it is at the same time. In mid areas, it's pretty open, but you have a lot of terrain, you have plenty of flank routes, which makes that kind of close at the same time. So, are you able to get a pick from a distance? Most likely, but are you going to be visible for too long for that to make much of a difference in a high-level play?
Yeah.
Probably.
Yep, that's the choice right now that Long Live Sendo.Inc. is forcing onto Sunny's Brilliant Emporium. And we'll see how it goes, how this map turns up for these 2 teams right there, as they are getting ready to get on here. I feel like on the side of Sendu's team, there's not going to be a charger, but maybe Sunny's keep it. Though I wouldn't be surprised if they switched away from it as well. Yep, they get a... What? Is that a reflex?
Oh, yeah.
That's a Booyah Bomb reflex.
Waffle's going to the Octo Brush as well.
Mm-hmm.
Gilgamesh getting to the heavy edit splatling.
Yeah.
Now, this is going to be interesting as Sunny's Brilliant Emporium gets about 6 points. Yep, they keep zone. I was going to say they were going to lose it, but they've got a pretty good hold on zone right now.
Yep. Yeah, and as Long Live Sender.Inc. takes control of the zone early, they pay the price for it. Here comes the answer from Sunny's, and Sunny's hard taking control, are pushing their opponent away. Nice survival by the heavy edit Splatling right here. They're able to retake some presence to be here and prepare the next push, but a hammer to the face is going to slow things down. Long Live Sando.Inc. right now using their specials, but are they here to paint the zone as well? Yes, they are on the zone, but I mean, they need to win the fight. Wait, they didn't apply penalty. They didn't apply penalty.
Going down. Oh, JJ going down in a wipeout for Sunny's Brilliant Emporium.
And they didn't apply penalty.
No, you're right. They didn't.
Sunny's Brilliant Emporium right now only needing to counter one more push and they could get the KO. Long Live Sando.Inc. They lost 2 players already. It might be too late. The strikes save it.
In the wipeout.
They get wiped, but they're still alive. They just bought themselves some time. I mean, it feels like what we saw in game number 1 of Sunny's Brilliant Emporium really having more control, but Sendu.Inc. able to get some presence, able to keep themselves alive, and right now I saw 3 players down on Sunny's. They have the beacons bow, but that's still Sendu able to get back on the zone to paint a little bit. They're still in this game, Moku.
Indeed, Sunny's Brilliant Emporium putting up a good defense. It seems as though Long Live Sendo-Inc. can't seem to put down any paint. And any paint they put down is just cleaned up. Call Sunny's Brilliant Emporium the janitors, the way they're cleaning up the ink and not letting their opponent have any points. But now Long Live Sendo-Inc. has no more penalty points. And they can just keep whittling down as many points as they need. Shy Guy going down, they lose control. And it's only a matter of time to see. Like, only time will tell who takes, and it tells us that Long Live Sendo-Inc. takes back the zone, but they're going to need to keep it for a while. We see Hammer coming out, getting nobody. Shy Guy getting a pick. Slosher out here getting another pick on Y.
Long Live Sendo-Inc. finally able to get the splats, to get the control and the punish as well. Beautiful slat by the Slusher, still on the roll right there, destroying everybody. Long Live Sendo.Inc. keeping control of the zone right there. And Shy Guy not stopping with that Slusher, Moku.
Gilgamesh taking out one and guarding the zone, nearly getting picked off here. And all they need to do is take it back. All they need to do is take it back. They need to clutch it back. They do. They clutched it back, saving it and applying penalty for 73 points on Long Live Sendo-Inc. with 1 minute and 19 seconds to go here, Pat.
1 point separating these 2 teams, but that 1 point is in favor of Sunny's right there, as Long Live Sando.Inc. are back in control of the zone, but they know they pretty much need another monster hold over it as we are entering that final minute of the game. Sunny's Brilliant Emporium. Now all they need to do is throw a Booyah Bomb at the zone, I guess. And get a wipeout.
Another wipeout for Sunny's Brilliant Emporium. You could feel the rage coming off of Long Live Sundo Inc., and you can feel the panic on Sunny's Brilliant Emporium's side. But Sunny's Brilliant Emporium is not giving up. That determination is burning brighter than the rage that I'm feeling from Long Live Sundo Inc. With 26 seconds left to go, the penalty points are whittling down. We're gonna see who takes the match.
Right now, Sunny's Brilliant Emporium are holding the zone and getting game number 2. It was incredibly close, Moku, but right now we are seeing 2-0 for Sunny's Brilliant Emporium.
Indeed, we are. My breath. I've been sitting at the edge of my seat. I'm about to fall off onto the floor here. Oh, dear. Fall off onto the floor here, Pat. But
yeah,
I was going to say that I found something. I found a penny. It said up. Wow.
Oh, nice.
On the floor here, but found a penny. That's cool. So, jokes aside, answering aside, I was hyped up the whole match.
Yeah. I mean, we know it's not over. We've seen
it's not.
Sando.ing fight well, be able to almost get the comeback. We've seen Long Live Sando.Inc. beat Sunny's Brilliant Emporium 3-2 in upper bracket semis. We know anything is possible, anything is on the line, but right now, Long Live Sando Inc. needs to find the perfect counterpick to reverse the momentum, because it feels also as if these 2 games, Sunny's Brilliant Emporium was pushing Sando Inc. back all the time. Yeah? Oh, Moku's deafened. Okay, well, and we're still waiting for that counter pick. There's lots of possibilities for Sando's team to choose from, and we'll see what they decide to select. It's going to be Undertow Spillway. I've seen this before. Last time, I believe that was good for Sando last time they counterpicked this, but no. Sorry. That was not against Sunny's, it was against our top seed, MZ.
With another double zone being picked as well. That is really interesting. I'm seeing a lot of double zones today.
I'm all for it. I love double zones.
Same.
I love how it forces teams to fight harder to get both of the zones to be able to apply penalty. And we'll see what these 2 teams are able to do with that.
All I've got to say is I can feel a lot of rage coming from Long Live Sundo Inc. I can just feel it. But we'll have to see if it's going to let them sweep, or if it's going to lead to their downfall, because you can't see a reflection in a pot of boiling water.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Wasn't trying to bring out like the ancient philosophy here, but I need to take my own advice when I rage behind the brush. I'm like, the ink that's in the sky.
Yeah, I mean, anything is still possible for sure. We know Long Live Sando.Inc. is very dangerous on this map, cannot be underestimated. But Sunny's Brilliant Emporium has been getting the momentum over and over in this game, and the Viper is coming back to go with the Octobrush. Meanwhile, Sando.Inc. sticking to their guns to the comp that has been their classic conk so far, Moku.
Indeed, both teams making a beeline to claim their zones. We have the classic Octobrush back in rotation on the side of Sunny's Brilliant Emporium. Waffle bringing out every brush except the brush. But at least we had Nouveau. With the zones being in neutral right now, Pat, I can't imagine how it's going to go.
Yeah, right there. I mean, both of our teams are fighting for that zone. But as we say that, 2 down onto Long Live Sando.Inc. and Sunny's Brilliant Emporium after taking the backseat, letting Sando take a few points. It looks like Sunny is going to take a lot of control and activate the hammer behind everybody. And right now, Sando's team is kind of scrambling to get away with their lives. They're able to save the strikes. That's going to allow them to push back in. Oh no, unless they get sniped.
Saw on that E-leader getting a really nice pick on the slosher. And I was going to say that there's a lot of blue as far as the eye can see, but yellow has started to take up a lot of the space here. Map control belonging to Sunny's Brilliant Emporium. That can always change even if one goes down, but we have a 4v3 right now, which goes to a 3v3. And honestly, knowing when the game state's going to go into neutral is really important there.
Yeah, and right now, Long Live Sandu are fighting for that control, but they're not able to keep both zones painting. And Sunny is back on the attack. The hammer is deployed. It's not going to find its target, but the Wiper will do so. And the fight for the zone is still going on. That's why I love double zones. You need to win the whole fight so you can get the zones. And right now, all teams are fighting hard to get that control, Moku.
Indeed, and the fight has been won on the side of Sunny's Brilliant Emporium, at least in terms of capping the zone. The battle has not been won yet. But I'm seeing Long Live Sendo Inc. going for it. We see the Slosher here. We see Gilgamesh trying to take up space. Gilgamesh getting wiped out. JJ getting sloshed.
The power of a slusher on this map always amazes me. The things you can do with that weapon right now. But Sunnies are done with their penalties, scoring a few more points and getting more and more splash. It's only the Splatling left to go away, get some cover right there and try to get away back onto the team. Win the last 30 points for Sunnies as Long Live Sandu Inc. is trying to get back onto the zones, but they're stuck in a fight and the fight is raging, Moku.
The fight is raging indeed. Why going down to S-Blast? S-Blast getting a nice poke, trying to get the glass, but not getting any of that. But going down, Booster Scott off the getting just another Friday afternoon. Gilgamesh going down and without even looking at them.
Yep. Oh, and that's another snipe right here. Sunnies with just a minute and a half left in the game, holding the zone, holding their lead, punishing left and right. But Sandu's team is not done. They're going to keep pushing, keep fighting forward. And we still see more and more action last minute, and it's not over yet.
Final minute, not over yet, like you said, but this is for all the marbles. If Sunny's Brilliant Emporium wins, they get to move on to grand finals. If Long Live Sendo Inc. wins, I mean, no matter what, somebody's going on and somebody's dropping out and going home. Gilgamesh styling on their opponent and hoping regain some space. Whittling down the penalty points, all you need to do is take it long enough.
Yeah, with less than 30 seconds in the game, Sandu.Inc. are finally in control of the zones, finally being able to hold their opponent at bay. The hammer is deployed, the hammer is not able to get much though, but Sunny's Brilliant Emporium are pushing in, painting one of the zones, keeping it neutral as the overtime is about to happen. The fight is raging. Who can get the zone? Nobody. And that's going to be the game, Moku.
Waffles, I think you got yourself a pick with whatever you did. I don't know if you smacked somebody, but GG's to everybody, honestly. Like full seriousness, GG's both teams. Congratulations, Sunny's Brilliant Emporium. You are going forward. You are moving. You are going on.
Yeah,
and that was a sweep too.
Yep.
Sunny's Brilliant Emporium, more like Sunny's Brilliant Sweep.
Yeah, that's a nice 3-0, especially after the 3-2 that these two teams got in the upper brackets. We really saw Sunny's Brilliant Emporium learn, adapt, and find the tiny bits of counters that allowed them to get the upper hand each of these games. Even when it was very, very close, it was Sunny's Brilliant Emporium being on top and getting the victory. But now, Moku, there's only one set left. There's only 2 teams left in this tournament. We're going to take a break and we'll be back with our grand finals. And we are back with our grand finals of this Triton-Cup 128. I am Pat here with Moku ready to crown our first Triton-Cup champions of the year. Moku is going to be between two teams, one with the shortest name and the other one with the longest. MZ versus Sunny's Brilliant Emporium. Moku, you here?
I'm still here. Sorry, I was dealing with some technical issues. We see Eeltail zones. Oh, this is gonna be interesting. As a brush main, oh goodness me, I wish y'all luck. I wish everybody luck here. It's grand finals with two brushes.
These two teams, on the last Triton Cup of the year, both had Eeltail zones on their list, and we saw that already, and we're seeing that again in 2026. I guess these teams, these top level teams, they want to bring this map mode back. I'm not sure why I have to ask them why they want to play on it, but hey, they want to play on it, and they get to.
Indeed, with the Sunny's Brilliant Emporium already holding it down and going for that lockout, they're already getting up into MZ's space. Team MZ fighting their hearts out, knowing that this is for all the marbles. Excuse me a second, I'm being called.
Okay, well, right now the marbles are being fought for as Sunnies are taking control over the zone. MZ very much eager to answer. They have their brush and they're getting the splats. It looks like we have control being finally taken by MZ in blue, and the flank from Sunny's Brilliant from their white, I believe, is not going to work. They get splatted, and it's MZ taking control over the zone, setting themselves up, and now it's on Sunny's to find a way back in. Nice trade onto between the 3 liters. And I guess we're going to see if they're able to make that work as MZ gets the lead.
Indeed, and we see Sunny's Brilliant Emporium keeping the zone, but having had a lead switch at some point while I was gone. BCK going down, we see XP going down, and going in, going for that triple. I think one of them jumped out before that could even happen. But there would have been a nice triple on the side of Sunny's Brilliant Emporium as they take the lead here, Pat.
Yeah, they take the lead. They lose 2 players though. They have the beacons to respawn, but they're going to need to be very prudent. They want to keep control. No, they don't. The zone is taken already. MZ able to paint incredibly fast. This huge zone right there. The Kraken is allowing them to take a lot of space as well. As the Kraken is done though, it looks like Sunnies are back on the zone, ready to paint as well as they're pushing forward.
That brush battle is really hype. I love those brush battles. Both of them getting a trail on each other as we have a 3v3 right now. And Zap over here in the corner regaining space as CMZ takes the lead back, and all they gotta do is hold it. But unfortunately, we're seeing it go back to neutral. And Sunny's Brilliant Emporium has the chance to get the zone back. They're super close. The zone is in neutral right now. And I think we're gonna see it. I think we're gonna see the lead. Not the lead switch, but the cap.
Yep, the cap is taken by Sunny's Brilliant Emporium. They don't have that much penalty with 2 minutes left in the game. That's plenty of time to hold, as both of these teams right now are facing each other in front of the zone. Who will be able to go through? Who will be able to get the splats? Right there, the brush is punished. This is 2 down on Sunnies. MZ will have the way back onto the zone. They're already in there. The wiper though, able to get a splats, and MZ not able to apply the penalty. That's the lead for Sunny's Brilliant Emporium, Moku.
Indeed it is. We're seeing that lead switch here. And honestly, I love how everybody's just fighting it out. We got core. We got 10 ticks left. We got a minute left on the clock. Anything can happen. XP going down. Leader going down. And that's the game for Sunny's Brilliant Emporium taking this match. I was also gifted some French fries.
Good for you.
Not just
Have good meal. Right now, that is 1-0 for Sunny's Brilliant Emporium. They take the first game, but there's two things to remember, Merku. First of all, we are in counterpick, which is going to give MZ opportunities to choose a map to get their head back in the set. And another thing, MZ is on the upper side. They only need to win one set, whereas Sunnies, they need to get a bracket reset if they want to be the champions.
That's right. I forgot that there's bracket resets. Usually I think, oh, well, it's going to be just whoever wins, but I realize in double elimination tournaments, you're technically still in the loser's bracket if you make it the grand finals. So if you win, that sends the other person to losers. I think that's how the math works. It's double elimination. That's what I'm trying to say. Leave it to me to make things harder than a GPS that wants you to take the interstate as a U-turn rather than just you going up to the left turn light up there, just making a U-turn that way. Yeah, sure, take the interstate, bro. The building's right behind me. I just gotta make a U-turn. I'm not going to interstate.
Well,
Based not
Moku,
on personal experience.
we just played on the long range map where it's so hard to get back onto the zone. Now, the exact opposite has been picked by MZ. It is the map that is good for short range. It is the map where you always have your sneaky way back onto the zone. And Sunny's Brilliant Emporium sticking to the Elite. Meanwhile, MZ...
Oh,
I mean,
waffles.
they switched back up, but it looks like we had a reset of the game. What just happened?
Waffles, what happened?
It looks like Team Sunnies reset the game. And well, there was apparently the wrong map was picked, or maybe not. I mean, the map that we saw on the screen was the map. Yeah, that's Urchin Underpass. That's the map that was counterpicked. I think all should be good.
Perhaps they're trying to gentleman
no,
something.
they realized. I think the leader on the side of Sunny's Brilliant Emporium, we realized one map they were on and asking for a reset so that they can change their weapon. And right now teams are kind of arguing about things.
To be expected. It's grand finals. Energy's high, stakes are really high, and if I see a vanilla ink brush come out, I'm gonna be so happy.
Yeah.
Just saying, Whale 5.1. The killer whales are pretty useful. Just saying.
Yeah, well, we're back in the game right away. And this time it looks like we have the change of weapon. That's no longer a liter, that's a bamboo instead. That's an interesting pick. I love to see a good bamboo play, as all two teams are now rushing to the zone.
Indeed, Pat, and we're seeing Frame-1 Hammer coming out, and Mini Splatling, Steve Cooler, Waffles going down, and really, the Brilliant Emporium has already gotten... Oh, somebody's got the whale. Somebody's got whales. Somebody was listening. Kara, you were listening, weren't you? Yeah, whales is really useful. Thank you, Kara. We see Sunny's Brilliant Emporium go for that lockout here, Pat.
Yeah, they are very much able to keep that control, to maintain their presence. As I say that they lose two players. I see a Kraken running, I see a Hammer flying, and now Booyah Bomb on the zone. Penalties applied by MC, but apart from their brush, and now their brush as well, that's a delayed wipe. Sun is brilliant Emporium. Penalty was applied, but I don't think they mind that much, Moku.
Oh, indeed, XP going down to Wales. I love when my team not my team. I keep saying my teammates, but we got MC getting wiped out. I was gonna say, I love when the opponents get wiped out by Wales. I mean, I don't know if that's what happened this time, but when it does happen, I'm gonna be popping off here, Pat.
Yeah, right now MZ struggling to get back onto the zone. It's as if it was easier for them to push on Intel than it is on this map. I'm not sure what's happening, but Sun is brilliant and Emporium are maintaining a lot of presence. Two down though, will the paint come? Yes, MZ is still alive in this game. But now, I mean, they have their work cut out for them. They need pretty much to play for a KO.
Team MZ staying alive, as they have map control and taking that zone, whittling away the points here. No penalty, but they have a ton of penalty on the side of Brilliant Emporium, and going down to Wiper. JJ on that Wiper, getting that Stamper out, taking the zone back in one fell swoop as Waffles joins in with the brush. And we're seeing them saying, nah, I'm hearing them saying, nah, you can't camp out in our spot. We've got our own marshmallows. Too bad. So sad. Go back to spawn. Think about what you did.
I mean, Sun is brilliant Emporium. They're not playing the most classic weapons necessarily, but they have weapons that like to fight, and they're constantly able to move in, reapply some paint, reapply some pressure, which is very, very hard for MZ to handle. MZ right now are getting hammered on the zone. Huge moves by the Wiper. Sun is brilliant Emporium. Still in the lead, still in control, and still trying to move forward.
I think they got it. And while JJ didn't really know what to do up there, or maybe they were just keeping their opponent busy, we see, just getting up right into their face, but Mr. Leader getting a pick as S-Blast just coming up, getting some, Dora goes down, and so does Waffles. And we're seeing a 3v3. Oh, but why?
Yep.
Gets it. So hype.
It is pretty hype indeed. Sun is brilliant Emporium once again able to retake control, to reapply the paint, and Moku, penalty is getting pretty low in this last minute of the game. NC doesn't have much time left. They're able to get one splat of the brush that could allow them to move in, but the Booyah Bomb missed the zone. That's too late. Sun is brilliant Emporium are up 2-0.
Indeed, let's go. But there's still enough time for Team MZ to turn this around and sweep. There's always enough time for a reverse sweep in a match like this, especially if you want to avoid getting that bracket reset, which I can imagine bracket resets being kind of hard on both teams, where it's like you just fought and maybe you lost, maybe you won, but now you gotta do it again. So who knows? Who knows how this is gonna go here, Pat, but what do you think?
I mean, 2 games ago, I would have said MZ were our favorite to win. They are seed number 1. No team has been able to take a set off of them yet. And they're on winner's side. But right now, Sun is brilliant Emporium are taking control, are surprising them every step of the way, every corner. And I don't know what MZ needs to do, but they need to match that speed. They need to face that aggression head on and punish it if they want to get back right there. Because if Sun is able to 3-0 them in this opening set of Grands, MZ's in trouble.
This is so true. Team MZ would be in trouble if they don't have the counter pick that serves them, but Sunny's Brilliant Emporium seems to figure out every play in the book that other teams have tried to use so far. That's the vibe that I get from them. They can just see through you.
Mm-hmm.
They can just see through you.
It's here with these good players, the way they know what you're about to do, and they know what to do to counter it all the time. But yeah,
to me, it seems like Sunny's Brilliant Emporium. Sorry.
No, you go.
What were you going to say? No, you go ahead.
Not much. Well, I was about to say that our counter pick is Barnacle, but I'm interested to know what you think about that dynamic, yeah?
Well, you have a map and mode that requires a lot of good positioning and coordination, which is something that both teams have. Sunny's Brilliant Emporium seems to rely on Waffles, who is their resident rat, who you're going to need to have. If you can catch a team off guard, you've already got some good cards in your deck. Yep. If I make sense. Also got Wiper. JJ's on that Wiper, and that's also a good rapid weapon. Those two weapons together have been carrying, but also I can't forget that the E leader in the NZAP have Akara in 4, Akara and Y. I'm so sorry, text.
Yeah.
Like this team's got good chemistry.
Yeah, I mean, and that's why for Yeti, and I believe Yeti is the best support in Europe.
Okay.
Yeti is so good with either Zap or Splash, incredibly good player. That organizes the team, and right there, 2 down onto MZ. They got the zone, but they don't get to pick it, as Sunny's Brilliant Emporium are the ones who take control of mid already.
Now it's starting to make sense. It took me way too long, but Sunny's Brilliant Emporium has a comp that prioritizes ink, which is why it seems like no matter how much ink that Team MZ gets down, Sunny's Brilliant Emporium takes the lead, and they can just get the ink where it needs to be. Like, they could just clean it right up, while Team MZ's comp is more about range, but there was a I missed the wipeout. I was too busy being I don't know.
Yeah. MZ able to get back in there with all of these mid-range weapons that they have. They're able to get a lot of control over the fights, but it doesn't matter what all of Sunny's is running at them and not letting them catch a breath. Once again, Sunny's, when they push, they simply move forward, it seems, and there's nothing that can stop them. MZ struggling to maintain their presence, now activating the hammer and going in 2 down onto Sunny's. That should be control over the zone for MZ now.
Indeed, we've got control for Team MZ, and all they have to do is mount a lockout, and Waffles getting picked off. Waffles couldn't rat down there in the pit with burst bombs raining down upon that other base, and if they can keep up the lockout, they can take the lead here, Pat, and I don't think it'll take much at all for them to do that, as we see the lead switch. Ooh! Nice distraction! Oh, beautiful distraction! Beautiful retake! 12 out of 10 play.
Yeah, once again, Sunny's able to move forward to get in and get splats. They don't have that much penalty, Moko, which means we're going to get another lead swap coming. Big question though, can MZ get back on here? They lost 2 players trying to push and they didn't get much from that push. It's looking pretty dire as Sunny's is getting more and more presence, more and more paint, and are waiting for the next action from MZ.
Indeed, and all it will take is for them to hold it for 5 more. But we're not going to see that. We're going to see the clutch last minute in a 1v3. Oh, you're alone out here, Waffles. Be careful. But not trying to be biased for our team. I'm honestly just brush biased. But we got a nice trade. We get a very nice trade out here.
Yep.
And Sunny's Brilliant Emporium, take that back. I'm so sorry, Pat. I am just, yeah. Just not like
It's awesome. It's great. Right now, Sunny's still able to get their retake, still able to push back in. MZ over and over have been able to keep themselves alive, but they haven't been able to really take the control, to really deny the presence. And right now, Sunny's Viper is running behind enemy lines, getting the splats, getting the punishes. It's only the pro left standing, trying to maintain presence, but they have to concede mid to Sunny's once again going into the final minute of the game, Moku.
Indeed, and we are seeing the 10 missiles come out in the final minute, and we are seeing Forge going down to JJ on the Viper. JJ's always been on Viper, which is such a great weapon for them too. And I do apologize if I end up delayed, but we get two people going down with a nice swing and a hammer. I was going to start capping out how my stream's kind of delayed, but oh wow!
That's it. That's but with that hammer, that's the final nail in the coffin for a bracket reset. 3-0 by Sunny's Brilliant Emporium. I mean, MZ, we know they're good, we know they can do so much, but right there, it's looking like all is in the hands of Sunny's. They are winning the fights, they are winning the paint, they are winning the presence, they have everything going their way, and with a 3-0 going into the reset, they are looking like your favorites now.
This is indeed true. And I wanted to say, I have the words I was looking for when I was talking about the team comps. Sunny's Brilliant Emporium focuses on aim just like Team MZ. Both of them are very paint-heavy comps. But what you have here is Sunny's Brilliant Emporium focuses more on mobility. So they can rat more, and they can take on more fights. Meanwhile, you have Simi, you've got your longer ranges, and they have a slower, more paint-focused comp, but that doesn't do too well against something mobility-heavy. So if they want to have a chance to take this grand finals, they're going to have to put somebody on a mobile weapon. I mean, they actually have. I remember seeing 2 brushes all at once, but they'll have to focus on how to combat rats, you know? They have to focus on that before they can take it. Any zones.
Yep.
And I'd like to think that they already are, but it's a difference in comp.
You can never count a team down, not a team of the caliber of MZ. They can always create the surprise, but right now, Sunny's Brilliant Emporium, I mean, they've been playing their cards right. They've been doing what they need to do, and MZ hasn't been able to really find something to create even difficulty for Sunny's. So the big question, as you said, is what is their plan now? Well, let's get in the game. We're starting with Micromart, a map that both of these teams have chosen. And as you said, we have 2 Octobrushes right there. Not the same Octobrush, but we have one on each side.
And the difference is that Waffles has beacons, even though Waffles goes down first, but those beacons will play a huge part in how they battle here. K going down 2. Ooh, we have a 4v2.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, that's Sunny's taking control early. Once again, MZ able to get the splats, and that's going to allow them to get back onto the zone right away. The big question now is, can they take that zone, or do they need to get another fight for it? It looks like it's going to be another fight, but they're winning that fight. 2 down onto Sunny's, and MZ is painting the zone with a Booyah Bomb to add some presence, but the snipe is punishing, and the fight is not over, Moku.
Indeed, we're having some watching over here on right stack as XP goes down and S-Blast 91 gets out of the fray, looking to get a pick. on the brush, but Waffle's winning that fight. And Sunny's Brilliant Emporium taking the zone for themselves, and all they gotta do is keep it long enough. But we see, we're seeing E-Leader. What do you think's gonna happen?
Yep. Well, right now we see the lead in favor of Sunny's Brilliant Emporium. MZ waiting for the opportunity back in. They have the Zipcast already. They have the Booyah Bomb being thrown forward at behind the zone, and everybody is painting, but it looks like Sunnies still have their presence, still have their paint, their support able to retake the zone, and the fight is still raging on. These missiles could help, but MZ still struggling to maintain their presence and establish themselves on that zone the way Sunny is able to.
This is so true, and S-Blast trying to make room, but going down to the E-Leader. Kara on that E-Leader, just being a sharpshooter. Now, I know it's kind of an obvious compliment, but they're getting picks like it's a regular Friday afternoon or Friday evening. For those of you that's night on your side of the world, good evening.
Yeah, you always have to pay attention to a good sniper, but right now MZ is able to get a few splats and push, and this is where, as you were speaking about, these beacons allow Sunnies to respawn faster and a bit safer. They're already back in the fight, they're already back on the zone, but numbers advantage doesn't matter if your team respawns instantly, and Sunnies are now just a few points away from getting game number 1. They lose 2 players once again, but they have the beacons, they have the presence, and with the Eliter to watch over the zone. Once again, that's 1-0 for Sunny's Brilliant Emporium.
Indeed. GG so far. I'm really impressed with how both teams are fighting. And once again, proving that Sunny's Brilliant Emporium has the mobility to take on the fights and to paint. While Team MZ's comp is not bad, I do see it that it's kind of paint heavy. I'd see it benefiting them more in tower control. But there's no tower control in this tournament, so...
Yep. That's
they can always surprise us, like you said. They can always surprise us. They can always do that, like you said. I'm not discounting Team MZ. I'm not over here being all like, oh, Team MZ is cocked. No. I'm not doing that. That'd be evil. That'd be terrible.
They are always dangerous, but right now, as you said, Sunnies, they have the momentum. They have the mental edge, the winning mindset. MZ, we see them trying to do what they can to avoid losing while Sunnies are pushing in, getting more fights, getting more paints, and winning the games. MZ needs something big to change right now if they want to get their head back in the game. They can't beat 2-0 once again. They need to reset the score now. They haven't gotten a game in a while. Meanwhile, Sunny is still on a winning streak, absolutely shredding. MZ needs to end that streak, and they are taking their time to choose their counter pick. They're right to do so. And now the counter pick is chosen. It's going to be on Crab Leg. I mean, both of these teams have an Eliter. Both of these teams have an Octobrush. I guess we're going to see more of that.
Like Capital on zones, I could see Team MZ benefiting from this, actually, because you don't need a whole lot of speed to get there, and you don't need a whole lot of paint either, and there's not as much terrain as Urchin Underpass, even though brushes can wrap pretty well. I'd say it's going to benefit Team MZ. What do you think?
I think whichever team is able to get the control, is able to really establish their leader in the sniping position, their brush on the grades running at the enemy, that team will score a huge amount of points, and we could see a quick KO because of that. I do not know which team is going to do that. I really don't know. Both of these teams have shown that they're able to do so, that they have the tools to do so. And that's a strategy that's kind of a glass cannon when both teams are able to do it. The team that's able to do it first will have a huge edge in the game.
And just like
But yeah.
Barnacle and Dime, your positioning's gonna matter a whole ton as we get right into it. That is a stamp brush!
Yep.
Alright, I'm
And
excited for that.
no brush on the other side. I know that MZ has a liter with a scope, which gives them a little bit more range, and that range is useful already. One down, no brush yet for Sunny. Sunny is losing 2 players. MZ is opening pretty strongly right there. They're going to be the first one in control of the map, Moku.
Oh, and they're ledge guarding like it's Smash Bros. With a nice super jump. And very good positioning on this Wiper. We have Wiper versus Wiper with both of them going down to each other. And with Team MZ currently in the lead, Sunny's Brilliant Emporium will have to take it back. But Team MZ has got a good defense, Pat.
Yep, right now Sunnies are able to push in, though it's 2 versus 2. The zone is still blue for MZ, but it's a wipeout. Sunnies Brilliant Emporium able to get the penalty applied. 42 points remaining for MZ. That's a nice first push. Sunnies get to breathe a little bit. Now it's their turn to be in the driver's seat.
Indeed, they said we're gonna drive this bus, and I think Zipcaster was popped. I don't know if Sunny. No, that was Booyah Bomb. Actually, no, that was Zipcaster. 2 of them going down with the Wiper. Or not the Wiper, the brush.
Yep, what a hammer throw right there. Yeah, Sunny's still running their double hammer. They get the lead. They still have control. MZ needs to find a way forward. Tactical is deployed. They need to get at the zone right now. And the hammers are 2 double hammer being deployed, getting so many splats. The Zcaster is prone, but they need someone to paint. MZ needs to paint right there. Can they paint the zone? Yes, they are still in the game.
What a clutch! And we've got a reverse wipeout on Sunny's Brilliant Emporium. Team MZ getting coolers, painting up the map. They've got map control now. So now it's their turn to ledge guard like a Smash Bros. Getting blown up by the suction bomb. Unfortunate. And I've got to love the position and the super jump. Nice distraction here. Oh, the Booyah Bomb. No, the Booyah Bomb pinch.
Well, right now, MZ able to keep some control, but losing 2 players. Can Sunny's Brilliant Emporium move in, get back on the zone? Penalty here is huge for them. 2 minutes left in the game, but it's Sunny that is still in the lead. Moku and MZ back to the drawing board, back to the wave breaker to get some presence right here, and their leader trying to get the snipes, to get the way forward for the team. Right now, Moku, I mean, it's on MZ to find a flaw in Sunny's defense once again.
This is so true, Pat, and it won't. Once they do, it won't be too difficult to keep the zone again, because all you gotta do is ledge guard and get a lockout, and we've got Team MZ in control of the zone again. We got a 4v2. Now it's back to neutral. Always make sure that you have more players on your side, folks.
Yep, and right now MZ has a lot of paint around. They're almost done with their penalty, and they managed to splat the opponent brush. If they can get that wiper, that's the first line of attack from Sunnies that's down. That could be the opportunity for MZ to really take control right there. They hold the zone, they hold the points going, and they
wait,
just one point is the wipe out. They get it. MZ ties up the score.
No way! Oh my gosh, didn't I tell you that Team MZ would benefit with this? This was a good map choice for them. They get a game for the first time in a while. They could surprise us, folks.
I mean, never count MZ away. They are very much dangerous, especially when they're backed into a corner right there. But, Maku, that was incredibly hard fought. That was incredibly close. And that was MZ's counterpick. Now we go to a map that is chosen by Sunnies. And given how much rat we've seen from them, I expect to see a rat map coming right away.
Ooh, knowing Sunny's Brilliant Emporium, they might go for it. I wonder which one they're going to choose.
I think it's going to be whatever rats your rats. That's my bet. And then I don't know which map exactly. You're more than an expert about that than I am, Moku.
Cough, 10-star ink brush. They totally didn't give me the 10-star badge the first day it dropped, but we see the return of the double zone on Umami.
Yep, with Mami
Now,
runes.
This is gonna be interesting.
That's a map. That's a big map, a double zones map. We love to see a double zones map. That's more action. That's more fighting to get the zones. And on this map, we know that I believe it was Sunny's Brilliant Emporium that we're running forward. That we're getting splat after splat against Sendu Inc. And now who want to do the exact same thing against MZ after getting the bracket reset against them. The next team, like the team that wins this game, is on match point, is on tournament point. So there's a lot of the line right now. As MZ is bringing now a decavitator to try to slow down the pace. I think that's a good move. Having the decav and the bubblers will allow them to punish the aggro moves from Sunnies.
Indeed, JJ going down to mid decaf. I'm just realizing mid decaf came out, and where I was gonna ask where the brush was, but we still got brush on the side of Sunny's Brilliant Emporium with control on the side of Team MZ, and MZ is fighting their hearts out, going down to a burst bomb.
Yep.
K out here with the burst bomb. And the S-Blast.
Yep,
I never know how to feel about getting a water balloon to my face.
Well, it always hurts a little bit. Right now, MZ making perfect use of the tools at their disposals and keeping control in the opponent's spawn. But Sunnies, they're able to break the dam. They're able to go in 3 down onto MZ. That's going to be the zones taken back. But getting to 30 points remaining, that's already a pretty big first push.
Indeed, and I don't feel like Sunny's Brilliant Emporium is going to have too much of a struggle keeping the zone for themselves, considering the fact that they are just ratting around. But I could be doing commentator's curse right now because it seems like I'm seeing XP over here scheming over here on left. But I can already tell Team MZ is scheming. There's a scheming going on. They're scheming afoot as one of them goes down and 2 of them are together. We see NR1 leader and XP.
Yep, right.
Oh, that was almost a hit.
Yeah, but Sunny's taking the lead. They still have control. Can MZ find the way in, the way forward? There's still this demon brush on their snipe, pushing them away. There's no way back to the zone, Moku. Sunny's Brilliant Emporium gets the game and is now on match point.
Something I love about ratting as a brush is that if you can move the backliners are out of the way, that's huge.
Yeah.
The fact that Waffles was able to just railroad that backliner away. Just be like, excuse me, could you come over here for a second? I have to talk to you about your taxes. Your extended car warranty for just a second. And couldn't do much about it. That was a good play. That was a good play. Because all you needed was to have your backliner in a good position and stay in that position. But if you have a rat, you can't really do much more than tap shot sometimes. Or
Yeah.
I don't know. It depends on what the fight is. It's like we talk a lot about how teams fight against each other, but
Yeah.
nobody really gets into the whole choreography thing between like 1 versus 1. You know?
Merku, I feel like Sunny's Brilliant Emporium, their main strength is their ability to really control space, and the whole team plays a part in that. You have the brush and the wiper, as you were saying, constantly running at the opponent, forcing them to be in an uncomfortable fight, to be in an uncomfortable position, forcing them to not be happy with where they are. They take space like that, and once you're able to finally splat that brush and that wiper, once you're like, okay, I got the frontliners, I get to breathe a little bit, then the whole map is painted by the zap behind them. Then there's an E-liter in the perfect position to deny you from taking any space from these two splats, and then they respawn. And then they're back at it again. And MZ hasn't really been able to stop that from happening. They have been able to win a few fights here and there, but they haven't been able to stop the tide for really running at them. And Sunny's Brilliant Emporium, they really don't look like they can be stopped. I don't know what you could do to stop them right now. And they're happy with that. They're coming back forward. Another day, another Octobrush. We're back with the beacons once again that will allow them to respawn even faster throughout the game. MZ, it's their last shot right now. There's no bracket reset anymore. They need to win this game and then the next.
Indeed, K going down, and we already see a 3v2. And with NZAP out here, yeah, NZAP, leader going down, but we still got Brush, Viper, and NZAP in the game, keeping an eye out on that zone.
Yeah.
And what do you think, Pat?
I think MZ were able to get a few splats, but they're still not able to get the paint advantage. It took them so long, so many fights to get the zone, and there's already a wiper fighting them once again, forcing them not to get to snipe, but simply to wait behind the zone. The hammer is not going to find its mark, but I mean, the fight is still raging on, Moku, and MZ trying to keep Sunny's from running in, and so far, I mean, Sunny's still taking their time, but with that raid, they're next to the zone.
We see that lane switch here, Pat, and this is a good rain because it forced E-Leader to move. Yeah. And when you can do that, you can get a good advantage. Like, for example, taking the zone back and opening up an opportunity for your rat to get in. K taking them out, though, with a burst bomb. I never know how to really feel about getting a water balloon to the face, but here we are with S-Plus getting some nice pokes here.
Yeah, Sunny is done with their penalty already, but MZ is on that fight, on that zone, not able to use the Booyah Bomb. That is so unfortunate. Lots of players have fallen right there, and Sunnies are cleaning up to the side. They get their Elite in position right there. They get to hold a lot of ground. MZ needs to find a way to push him. They don't have much time, Moku.
One of them getting picked off like it's a normal Friday evening. And that's it. These are your Triton-Cup 128 champions!
Yes,
Sunny's Brilliant Emporium! More like Rat Infestation! JJ's all teams!
They get the victory 3-1. Beautiful grand finals by them. I mean, they really established themselves. All of the team working together incredibly. I mean, they were all very specialized as players, but they were able to work together so well. There was no situation they were not able to adapt to. And being able to adapt is what gives you the victory. in a game of Splatoon. Sunny's Brilliant Emporium showing back to us. And happy 2026 to you, Sunnies. They get the crown.
Indeed, happy 2026. Here's to a great year of tournaments to come. More Triton Cups, more paddling pools. Oh, wow, I am so impressed. Like, all that you said was true. I've been on the edge of my seat this whole time. Sunny's Brilliant Emporium. Excellent work. MMZ. Excellent work. Every team that has gone into this tournament, whether you lost frame 1, got far, whatever, I want to extend a big GG to you.
Yeah. Well, I've got good news for you, Moku. The good news is that both Paddling Pool and Triton Cup are weekly tournaments now, which means this year, 2026, we're going to get 100 tournaments between these two. We're going to get a lot of Dapple Productions action. This was only the first of many. I'm sure we're going to see more of these 8 players. I'm sure we're going to see more of everybody we saw in this tournament. And yeah, I can't wait to get to watch more right there with you, maybe later. But before we say goodbye for now, Moku, do you have something to plug?
Yes, I've got my Blue Sky. You can find me on mokudraws1020.bsky.social. And where can the lovely people find you, Pat?
The best way to find me is on Blue Sky. Right now, the handle you see is where you find me on Twitter. If you remove the underscores, you can also find me on Blue Sky, where I usually post. But yeah, that's pretty much it. I'd like to give a huge shout out to a wonderful observer, Naga, and to everybody working at Dapple. And yeah, we'll see you next week for more Dapple Productions action.